Let's open the meeting Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024. Call the meeting to order. Can I have the roll?
Councilmember Evans.
Present.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Randolph.
Here.
Mayor Millman.
Here.
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
Present.
Councilmember Arndt.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
All present accounted for. Can we stand for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I move to accept the agenda in order and content.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Point of order, don't we have to do a roll call vote with someone who's remote?
That's correct. Sorry, we have one council member that's remote, so all votes will be roll call vote.
Councilmember Evans.
Aye.
Councilmember Edwards.
Aye.
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
Yes.
Mayor Millman.
Aye.
Councilmember Arndt.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Randolph.
Yes.
No special presentations. We have public comment period. I know that there's a lot of people here for our public hearing. If you're here for the public hearing, I would encourage you to save your comments for public hearing. If you have a different issue than the public hearing, public comments are going to be generally for you. I have a lot of online public comment submission in regards to the public hearing issue tonight. This has been all submitted to council. It's pretty robust. So I appreciate anybody that has submitted, taking the time to submit to council. And so I encourage all council members to go through and review these comments. When I call your name, for public comments, you'll have 3 minutes. Come to the podium or the podium and state your name and whether you live in the city limits, and you'll have 3 minutes. First up, Matthew Suarez.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the City Council for your time, the community attendance for their support, Cornelius Hawker and the King 5 News team for the coverage, and last but not least, thank you for the overwhelming support we received from the community at large. We received over 2,500 plus inquiries through our mailing list, standing in solidarity with our grassroots movement. I think it's important for us to set the table and explain in simple terms what is happening here. There's a single developer named Main Street Property Group who has been giving carte blanche to develop Woodinville, forever changing the fabric of our community without any checks or any balances. Main Street Property Group has identified Old Town as next on their list of gentrification, putting at jeopardy our 12-plus minority-owned small businesses who have been a cornerstone of this community. Despite the fact that the Planning Commission deemed this against the best interests of Woodinville and voted it down, it somehow, some way, has continued to be elevated to a vote here within the City Council. The pro-big business agenda argues that this only affects our neighbors up the block, just so happening to eliminate the Cookhouse restaurant for a second time due to redevelopment. This is all being done in the name of quote-unquote affordable market rate houses, which 4 of the 40-plus units could be sold for $1 cheaper than market rate, just making the cut of an honest effort by the skin of their teeth. We may not be as sophisticated as this billion-dollar corporation, but we certainly understand the old adage that which happens once may not happen again, but that which would happen twice will surely happen a third time. We know the so-called isolated development vote is just theatrics for the ultimate next domino to fall, which is our businesses, our livelihoods, and the character of our community at large. I want to take time to thank Councilmember David Edwards for meeting us face-to-face. We were able to bond over the fact that our grandmothers were born on the same island, far, far away, and struggled in order to elevate us into the positions we find ourselves today. He promised to go on record today to vote to protect our businesses. Also wanted to thank Deputy Mayor James Randolph, who met with us. and elaborated as the first elected minority council member that he completely had our backs as minority businesses. However, he fell short of giving us an assurance that he would protect us accordingly. Last but not least, I'd like to thank Mayor Millman, who responded to the King 5 News question inquiry last week. Do the business owners in Oldtown have anything to worry about? And I quote, no. We support our hardworking business owners and that they would confine their development away from our businesses up the block. Look forward to see if Councilmember Edwards, Deputy Mayor Randolph, and Mayor Millman are people of integrity and hold true to their word, or if this is all just theatrics with a predetermined ending. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Campbell.
Good evening, Alex Campbell. I live in city limits. There was a mention of the King 5 coverage, and actually there was the use of the word miscommunication in that. Anybody who's typing that, and I know I've typed it a few times in the last week, it does not have a hyphen. I could spend the entire 3 minutes doing corrections and details, but instead I just went ahead and made a bullet point list. Out of the August 6th meeting, Oldtown was on the agenda. Oldtown does exist. Oldtown is part of the Central Business District. Planning Commission considered subdividing Oldtown in their July 10th meeting and ruled against it, specifically on the concern that it was getting very close and probably into the land of spot zoning. And for the people in the audience, and because I know everyone on the dais, I'm sure is aware of this, pull up your Wikipedia, check out spot zoning, but I will read you the first sentence. Spot zoning is the application of zoning to a specific parcel or parcels of land within a larger zoned area when the rezoning is unusual and at odds with the city's master plan and current zoning. Taking away business on the first floor is at odds. That's my opinion, at least. Okay. Main Street Property Group does not currently own any property in Oldtown. I just double-checked on the parcel viewer. And it's kind of interesting to me that we let anybody who doesn't own the land ask for a zoning change. That seems like a strange decision. And the increased land use at the property next to you does increase your property value. I checked this with an assessor. So there is a very distinct risk that rezoning one block causes the taxes, therefore the rents, to go up on the block next door. Finally, to the boogeyman that was used as a fear tactic last time. The West Point project was approved by council in September 2019. It is 160 units, but it is only 57 feet. That is the maximum height it's allowed to be. It is not, I'll repeat, not 7 stories. And if you've heard 7 stories, question everything else you heard in that statement. It had the same parking requirements, the same first floor retail requirements, and in general, the same construction requirements as downtown. But it actually was LEED certified. It actually included school impact fees before those were required. It did have a negotiated bus stop to get you to Cascadia, and the units were intended to be small as residents for Cascadia. So as you see, it was not a bad thing. But also, staff was very clear in the last meeting, it's never going to get built. They know that, they put it on their slides. So using it as a scare tactic was unfortunate and, I would say, classified into miscommunication. Thank you.
Gary Harris.
Gary Harris. I live within the Woodinville city limits. I'm sorry I couldn't find any white pants to wear today for my white outfit, but I'm with you on this. I would like to talk a little bit about some of what the last speaker was talking about. And so during the August 6th council meeting of this year, the first business item, which was discussing the whether or not to have a public hearing for the proposed rezoning of the Old Town. So I heard several times the mention of the 7-story monstrosity building and about the horrible decision that was made by the City Council in 2019. I was on that City Council. We did not approve a 7-story building. The building is 57 feet, the same height as Wooden Creek. No exceptions, no variances. That is the truth. And so I'm a little bit dismayed at comments I heard from several council members. I heard one council member refer to the 7-story building. Mike Millman, in that first agenda item, referred to the building 3 times as the 7-story building. Folks, take a look at the picture that was in the Planning Commission and the picture that was in the City Council agenda items on those relevant days. From the side, the lower side, the Woodinville Drive, it is 5, count them, 5 stories. Bottom story is retail and parking. On the back side of the building, which is the uphill side, it is 4 stories. 4 stories of residential buildings. 4 plus 1 is 5. What the City Council approved was essentially the same development agreement that the Planning Commission approved on their meeting on August 21st, 2019. And that's it for now.
Cindy Giancoli?
My name is Cindy Giancoli, and I live in the city of Woodinville. I'm dressed in white because I do stand with my neighbors in solidarity over this situation in Old Woodinville, but I want to talk about my situation. I'm here to get this on record. I've been fighting with the city planners about this 110-foot right-of-way that I just found out about on my property. I had 2 carports there for over 20 years. One was destroyed by a maple tree that was on the city property that came down on it. I have been requesting the city take this tree out for a couple of months now. Still waiting, and the tree is still shedding its branches. The arborist has been there. He has made his report. The tree is still standing. This tree needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Every time I inquire about its removal, I get more excuses. It's going to kill or maim someone. I complied with the city's demands that I would get those violations, that they called them, off of their right-of-way. I was here last month, and the mayor suggested I send an email to the council members, which I did. After 2 weeks, the deputy mayor was the only one that reached out to me. I was excited that someone was finally going to help me. But when he and I spoke, it became clear to me that to me and my husband, that he was only there at the behest of someone in the city to appease me. He used the same verbiage the planner used on me and clearly showed no real concern for my plight. The city planner gave me a deadline to remove the metal carports, told me there would be no discussion on getting the excessive 110 right-of-way vacated until I complied. After I complied, he told me that the city will not vacate the right-of-way because the city would be putting sidewalks in. He also agreed it was probably not going to happen in my lifetime. Then moved on to claim they may put a turn lane in on that road. Rubbish. First of all, 136th Avenue has sidewalks on both sides with the normal 50-foot right-of-way. The 110 row is only in front of my house. This 110-foot right-of-way was done for my entire street for the projected Highway 522. Well, we all know that that didn't happen. The 522 is 2 miles east of the original plans. Giving me back 60 feet of this or even less so that my paved driveway and garden and rockery are not in the right-of-way would be acceptable to me. So I don't want to have to worry about having to dig up my rockery or blacktop that's in the right-of-way and has been since 1968. I would be happy to get 40 feet back. This should not impact any future plans the city may have, even though we all know nothing's ever going to happen there. My road butts into 205th, which is Snohomish County. They will not support a change like that on this very, very rural road. It also includes Little Bear Creek, a protected salmon waterway. In order to even consider this so-called turn lane, there would have to be considerable work done. And I don't think the property owners of Snohomish County will agree to give up their property for this project. This road goes into a housing development and industrial area, so there's no reason for a turn lane. It wouldn't be in mine or my grandchildren's
Giancoli,
lifetime.
your time is up. I appreciate your
okay.
comment.
All right.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you for your input. Troy Anderson.
Good evening. I'm Troy Anderson. I am on the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors for the city of Woodinville, and I also own and operate a residential real estate company here in Woodinville. And I guess when I first heard the opportunity for 40 townhome units instead of 160 apartments, I was excited about that, especially since some of them are going to be affordable housing. And so I would be an advocate for housing over apartment buildings all day long, because I think we need more ownership opportunities here in the city limits of Woodinville. But I'm also an advocate for small business being on the chambers. So I think that there can be a solution for both. There needs to be affordable rent for commercial spaces and good opportunities for small businesses to operate within the city and not displacing them in favor of spot zoning. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosa Antoine. This is your time to speak about whatever you'd like. You have 3 minutes, and if you'd still like to come to the podium, state your name and whether you live in the city limits.
I was just going to talk about the fact that most people don't really know what goes on in the jails in this country. And I have an inside look because I have two people, one in a state prison, one in a federal prison. And I am very upset and disgusted by what I have learned over the years that they have been incarcerated. It's wrong the way prisoners are treated. They play games with their heads, the people who are running the place. And nobody knows this unless you've got somebody on the inside. And I would like to have them on the outside because they've been in there, well, one brother has been in there way too long. They've played games with him forever. He's in Utah State. The other brother is in a California federal place, and it's not quite as bad. And he's also not dying of Parkinson's disease, so I just want to raise the awareness of the general public. So that's what I was going to mention today. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Farmer.
Hi, Alison Farmer, living outside the city limits. So I'm just an artist who doesn't live in the city, so I've got no affiliation with anyone. And at the end of 2022, I've lived here 23 years, and I've always taken an interest in community things. I was one of the founder members of the first Woodinville Arts Association. And then when I became a citizen at the very end of 2022, which isn't that long ago, I thought I would come and have a go and see what was going on in my city. And actually, I suddenly get a voice. Unfortunately, what I'm finding out, I'm not very happy with. I posted about a free Antioch University workshop on Woodinville Roundtable. It's about democracy deficit disorder. And do you know why I made that post? It was because my post informing the public about this public hearing about Old Town Tonight had been sitting there unimproved for 4 days. A previous post about wearing white at the parade was not approved until days after the event. Within minutes of posting that workshop, both miraculously got approved. Do you know why I'm on Roundtable? It's because I've been kicked out of our main Facebook neighborhood page with over 24,000 members twice. And do you know why I got blocked and then ejected from there? I can assure you I did nothing wrong over there. It's just because I got involved over here. Roundtable did not even approve the posts did not even have anyone having to approve the posts until I joined there. You used to be able to post anything you wanted. Yes, I know the admins in Widow and Neighbours, Roundtable, and the council will deny any collusion, but I'm living proof. Getting word out about Old Town into our wider community has been extremely hampered by the city right from the start. I'm not big on social media. This was the first event I ever created on Facebook. Meetings have been held not on their usual scheduled days and clashing with concerts. Even the date of the public hearing right after a holiday and when school starts is questionable, and the agenda was late too. When the public hearing notice did come out, it was almost impossible to find on the city website. It was not posted on the City of Woodinville Facebook page. It was only posted in a local paper that is no longer free or circulated, and a post about it that was rejected on the Widow Neighbours page. From an empirical perspective, governments are in democratic deficit when their citizens come to believe they cannot use their participatory opportunities, resources, to achieve responsiveness. I believe this government is in democratic deficit, as I feel they are controlling what is said and who gets to say it. And when I was told Old Town didn't even appear on the public notice hearing because it was currently no regulatory relevance, well, I think City Chambers being full of Old Town gives it some regulatory relevance. Thank you.
Thank you. That's in.
All right, I move to accept the consent calendar.
Point of order, are there any more people on the list? Just wanted to check and see if anybody in the audience had any more to say to us.
There will be a public hearing, just so everybody knows, coming up. Deputy Mayor?
Move to accept the consent calendar as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Point of order, make sure we do a roll call.
Yep, roll call vote.
Councilmember Evans?
Aye.
Councilmember Edwards?
Aye.
Councilmember Best-Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Millman?
Aye.
Councilmember Arndt?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. First business item is to open the public hearing on draft ordinance 767, amending WMC 21.42.040 to expand the allowance for ground floor residential dwellings to face public streets in the CBD zone. Mr. Grumbaugh. Oh, I'm sorry, we got to open up the public hearing.
I move to open up the public hearing for ordinance number 767 and accept public testimony.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Roll call vote.
Councilmember Evans?
Aye.
Councilmember Edwards?
Aye.
Councilmember Best-Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Millman?
Yes.
Councilmember Arndt?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Randolph?
Aye.
Motion carries. It's my understanding we have a presentation to start with.
Yes.
Mr. Grumbaugh.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This will be actually
Oh,
fairly...
can I just stop you real quick? So we have a long meeting. Our council rules state that all council members get 2 questions per session with 5 minutes total. So just to keep things moving, reserve your questions for the end so that we don't exceed our time or your question numbers. Continue.
All right, this will be a fairly short presentation. We already, council had a really good, robust discussion at the August meeting, so I'm mostly just going to focus tonight on what's in the ordinance. So mentioned at the August 6th meeting, the City Council held a study session to discuss a text amendment proposal to amend the Central Business Zoning District by expanding our allowances for dwelling units on the ground floor to be facing public streets. During that discussion, we went over a bit of the history, talked a little bit about Planning Commission, And council voted in favor to set a public hearing for tonight and then to consider the proposal, which would be amending section 214204 of the Woodinville Municipal Code. So this is just a quick reminder of what the current code says. As I mentioned, there's a prohibition on residential dwellings on the ground floor in our central business district zone when they face the public streets. There are some exceptions on that. One of those exceptions is if you have like commercial or active uses between the residential use and the public street. We also don't have that restriction if it's a private street. And then we also have an allowance shown up here on this map where you see in green along these public streets that a property owner can potentially have dwelling units facing on the public streets as long as it's been approved through a development agreement. And I would note a lot of this is primarily in our pedestrian core design district area, which was an area where the city did have a focus for a lot of growth in terms of residential. And then there is a little bit of it that does spill over into some of the other design districts as well. So the proposed ordinance number 767, you may recall, we had a couple of edits that I did to this first part of the regulations of 2142.040. Most of this you see up here is just housekeeping. This is also in your packet. So unless there's any questions on this, I just wanted to show this because it's mostly just housekeeping, nothing of substance being changed here. But on the other part of the language, this is the new language being proposed, and this would be the allowance for the ground floor to be expanded over into the Old Town neighborhood. Two important provisions that would be related to this. One would be this continuing this requirement for a development agreement. So it's not an as right for a developer to have the residential facing on the public streets. It has to go through a development agreement process, which has to be approved by the council before that may be able to happen. And then in addition, we've added this additional requirement where generally most of our development agreements encourage having affordable units. This actually would, in the case of the Old Town, if somebody wanted to do this, there would be a mandatory requirement, at least 10% of the dwelling units to be below market rates. What those rates might be would be part of negotiated in the development agreement. So I also, as I think had been noted, the Planning Commission, when they first considered this, had looked at some alternatives, and I just wanted to present here tonight if the council wants to not necessarily look at the entire Old Town, but wants to maybe break it down and maybe only apply it to certain smaller parts of it. Kind of put this together for you as some ways to look at it. We kind of break it down by the blocks. And so you'll see that like Area 1, which is where the Main Street project's being proposed, that's about 1.2 acres of land, that total area. Area 2, which is a little bit is just to the south of it, has about 1 acre of land. Area 3 has about 1.6 acres. Area 4, 1.04, and Area 5 has 1.6 acres of land. So that really concludes. I know this is hard to see up here. Again, it's in your packet. There's actually a variety of choices you could do in terms of motions on this. One of those would be if you wanted to just adopt or approve or move forward with or continue the meeting, this discussion to the next meeting. That's one option. Another would be that if you wanted to approve a first reading of it, you could, as presented in the, which is the entire Old Town area, or if you want to break it down and only consider certain parts. As I mentioned, I kind of broke this down into areas 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and you can select however many of those or however few of those that you would want to select. Or if you want to do something different, you also have the option to be able to do that, just state what the modification is. Or if you don't want to take any action, you can also table this in for further discussions on it. So that's all I have for you, and happy to answer any questions.
Is that the end of our presentation then? Okay, any further discussion? Okay. Any questions for Mr. Grumbaugh? Councilmember Arndt.
Thank you. I would like some clarification on the existing development agreement. So there's been some public comment. There's also materials included in our staff report, and there's some inconsistency there. The current development agreement, what is the height of that building?
So the development agreement did not modify because there wasn't an ability to modify height standards in there. So it's the standard height, which is either you start out as a base height of 39 feet in the CBD zone, or you can have up to potentially 57 feet of height if you provide certain incentives. Now, one thing that may make some of this kind of confusing, it's not a straight up, like you look at the building and it's ground to the tallest point of the building. That's not how we measure height in the zoning regulations. So we actually have, and I won't bore you with all the details, but for example, the building right here with the Civic Campus right behind us here, that is also a 57-foot height. It meets a 57-foot height, but like if you're down there on the sports field, because of the way we measure height, it's actually 80 feet from down there to the tallest point. So because of the way we measure height, the buildings can look different, and so that may be some of the reasons it may be confusing, but the zoning height is 57 feet based on the way that our code requires for height to be measured. Does that make sense?
So the development agreement was consistent with code, and that is 57 feet, correct?
Correct.
But the actual building that could be built on that because of the slope could be taller than that.
Yeah, the slope's a big factor because the way we measure height is we basically go 6 feet from the walls of the building out, and then we take the elevations and do an average at 4 points on it, or at midpoints of the walls, I believe, if I remember right. And so when you start taking that, obviously if you have a very high elevation on one side and a low elevation on one side, ideally they kind of will meet in the middle, but it all depends on, you know, the way the topography of the property is built.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question that came up a lot in the public comments, and particularly the ones submitted through email and online, is the issue of traffic and trips per day. And in a lot of the materials, it's suggesting that the existing development agreement would have up to 1,600 trips per day. Is that correct in your estimation, or at least in the ballpark of a correct guess there?
We took a look at that, and that's average daily trips we're talking about. So that's not necessarily, that can be one unit having multiple trips in a day, going to work, coming back, or if they're making trips to the grocery store. So I think it was around 1,600 average daily trips, new trips. And so what we're talking about is in addition to what is currently generated on that property.
Okay, and if we made this change and allowed for these townhomes, how many average trips a day would we be seeing in that instance?
85?
Correct. So a significant reduction of added trips on the already extremely congested roads over there.
That would be if the townhouse development was to go, yes.
Just wanted to clarify those points that have been in public comment. And you said that the last thing is just that the term market rate or below market rate, that would have to be negotiated in this ordinance. So each development agreement would then come with their proposed 80% AMI, this many units, and we would have to negotiate that at each instance. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is that it would just have to be below market rate, so below 100% of the AMI, average medium income. Did I say that right? Area medium income, not average. So it would have to be below that, and that would be, depending on where council wants to go with that, that could be any range of what you decide you want to negotiate and the developer's willing to give.
Okay, so the term below market rate in this instance is equivalent or means below 100% AMI.
Correct.
Okay, and that, if I'm remembering back to our discussion on our comp planning, is still considered affordable housing, even at 100% AMI for some of our targets. Is that correct?
Well, 100 to 120 is considered moderate income, so it's not in the low income, but it's considered moderate income.
Okay, so we're below 100 on that. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
Can you go back one slide, Robert? So where you show the area 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So there's that little segment across the street from Area 5 where the cut shop is. Is that included in the Old Town designation?
Not in this designation, no. I mean, if council wanted to expand to include it, they could, but it wasn't included in this consideration.
So that area is still part of CBD?
Well, all of this is actually CBD. It's all central business district zoning, but in terms of just Old Town, it tends to be this thought of this area specifically in here because the original plat was area 1, 2, 3, and 4 was part of the original plat.
And in the last meeting, there was a discussion about Everybody's talking about the project that was approved in 2019 to distract from what's here. The 2019 project, you had said in the last meeting that it is unlikely to be built because of market, right? So because of market conditions, it is unlikely to be sold and utilizing that development agreement. That was on one of your slides in the last meeting.
Yeah, I don't recall saying that, but I mean, it's obviously been on the market for a while and has not sold to anybody, and it hasn't been built, and it's been 5 years.
And how many years are left on the development agreement?
5 more.
5 more. So if in 5 years it hasn't been built, it's not exactly the risk that it's nobody's clamoring to build that particular project. Is that right?
It's hard to know for sure what the market may be on that because interest rates change, but also keep in mind that other projects could come in that could still do stuff similar to that without a development agreement as well. So you never know for sure what might happen because markets change all the time.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Do you have a slide? Do you have a rendering of the current proposal?
Not in these slides, I don't. I would have it from the last meeting if we wanted to pull something up.
So while he's looking for that, if I stood out on Woodinville Drive, which is to the north of the project, how many floors would I be looking at from Woodinville Drive?
I don't recall without pulling the drawings up.
The exhibit from the development agreement has, and this is an attachment 1, has 7 floors to a max height of the sloped roof of 136 feet.
So when you average it, you come to the 57 feet.
Correct.
But if you're looking from Woodinville Drive, it's 7 floors, which is 2 floors taller than any building in Woodinville. This project was approved in 2019 with no public benefits. It adds almost 1,600 daily trips, new daily trips to anybody that's familiar with that area knows that that's a very congested, problematic intersection. And Ms. D'Souza, correct me if I'm wrong, that intersection is one of our failing intersections. It's at either in a D or an E failing intersection. We don't need to add 1,600 trips to an already failing intersection. This project in 2019 had some other flaws.
Point of order, is this question or is this testimony from council?
I have the floor, Councilmember. You weren't interrupted.
I'm making a point of order.
Your point of order is not well taken.
You made a specific rule that we had 5 minutes to ask questions before we open the public testimony. I'm confirming that's what you said. If not, I pull to the council. Is this question time or is this testimony time from the people?
This is council member time to ask questions and make statements. And you have the same right. You get two times 5 minutes. And now you're taking my 5 minutes. Your point of order is not well taken. So in this project, I went back and reviewed. Councilmember Best-Campbell voted to limit school impact fees. And for people who don't know what school impact fees is, every project we get a certain number of school impact fees to support.
Point of order, are we personally attacking council members or are we testifying
Councilmember
about facts?
Best-Campbell, you are intentionally trying to interrupt me. Your point of order is not well taken. I didn't insult you. I cited a statement and a fact that you actually have voted to approve $50,000 cap on school impact fees.
Point of order, there is not evidence to back up what you are saying. The facts do not back it up. Let's stick to the facts. That is my point of order. Now you can tell me it's not well received.
It isn't well taken, and it's not really a point of order, and I watched that today. $50,000 cap on school impact fees. The townhomes that are being proposed, not only will they go from 1,600 daily trips, they'll go to 85. The school impact fees will go from $50,000 cap for some reason, they will go to $150,000 to support our schools. Also, we get our stated goal as a council is for affordable housing and ownership opportunities. The proposal of the townhomes, we get 10%, which is fairly standard in what we've been negotiating, affordable housing. We have a development agreement. We can tie it into AMI. I would suggest we tie it into something like 80% AMI, but that's up for the council's consideration. I am in favor of the townhomes simply because that intersection, I've lived there for a long time. It's problematic already. We don't need to add 1,600 car trips to this thing. And if this was anywhere near where the council voted in 2019, where they lived, they wouldn't have voted for this. Anybody wish to speak? It hasn't had a turn yet. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, and I apologize for my voice. I'm recovering from a pretty severe illness. Mr. Grumbaugh, is the new development that went up in the last year or so in Area 4, is that where that new apartment building with supposed commercial on the first floor is?
There was a development that did go up in there that opened, I think it was about a year ago.
Okay. Did that development have a development agreement, or did they build to code?
They built to code.
Okay, so they were able to build that with the current code as it stands and basically just keep the first floor empty and call it commercial, right?
It could be empty, or basically the restriction is it can't be dwelling units on the ground floor. So you can have supporting residential uses, potentially like the lobby, or if you had facilities that might support the residents in there and stuff, can be on that ground floor as long as it's not dwelling units.
Oh, in theory, the same thing could happen in Area 1, right? Somebody could come in and build all the approved residential units and then just not put commercial in the first floor. Is that correct?
It would depend on how large it is, because at a certain point you kind of run out of space to be able to have things that wouldn't be dwelling units, but it's theoretically possible.
Okay. And then just to go back to what you said before, and I know I've got at least 30 emails in my inbox from people who are horrified at hearing that there could be potentially 1,600 new trips a day added to this area. Tell me, Mr. Grumbaugh or Mr. Souza, are we able to make any changes to the infrastructure around there to accommodate that much more traffic, given that it's State Route 202?
Yeah, so one of the things that, we have to do with all projects, there's a thing called concurrency, where we have to evaluate traffic's impact on intersections. It's part of what our impact fees, which I think you have a later discussion coming up about that. And when this project was evaluated for, it met concurrency requirements. So in terms of their impacts and stuff, those actually still, even with those added impacts, at the time that this project was done, it still complied with our concurrency regulations on traffic.
I would like to see those revised now that we've done some updated traffic studies and we have failing grades in those intersections already projected with the current development that's there. So just bottom line, if we restrict this to Area 1, are we putting businesses in other areas out of business?
If it was just restricted to Area 1, that's the West Point property, and there's just a couple of businesses currently on there, and I believe some dwelling units are also on that property, and then a lot of it's vacant as well.
That they're already at risk. I know interest rates are coming down. The development landscape has changed pretty significantly just in even the past 6 months. So nobody has a crystal ball, but those businesses in Area 1 are already at risk because there's already an approved development agreement that would put 161 new units there, right?
I don't know about the word at risk, but again, any property can potentially develop anytime if the market conditions are right and the property owner wants to redevelop the property.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Edwards.
Yeah, thank you. I was just hoping to get more clarification on the different parcels here. So in terms of the parcel areas listed on there, in terms of the new townhome proposal, which parcels or areas would be included in that proposal?
Not all, but most of Area 1 would be included.
So it would just be in Area 1, though? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Best-Campbell. 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 Councilm
Seems to me we don't want to talk about what this is really about, which is all the other businesses that worry that just like this is a public hearing to rezone Area 1, it could be Area 2, 3, 4, and 5 at any other point in the future. But for the sake of argument, let's go through and talk about this big bad wolf that is this monstrosity that council hated city enough to create. First of all, this went through the Planning Commission, and ask yourself, Planning Commission had to go and vote on it, and who was the one who made the motion on the Planning Commission to approve this project? Mayor Millman. At the time, loved the project. He personally cited the LEED certification, the bus stop, and the $50,000 school fees that we're talking about exist because we did not, as a city, collect school impact fees in 2019. So $50,000 was $50,000 more than $0. So now that we've addressed all of the fear, uncertainty, and doubt about a project that by everyone's estimation is not going to be built, can we please have a conversation about how we're going to not turn this all into housing? We're dancing around the issue. We're frightening people with 70 feet. Area 1 is the first domino. It falls down. What's to say in 6 months the same developer doesn't come back and ask for it in 2? And what's this council going to say? Well, gosh, we did it once and we love affordable housing. $1 below market is just great. And the rest of you who lose your businesses, too bad. So don't believe this nonsense about how the city was going to be destroyed by 1,600 daily trips. There's traffic concurrency that would have had to have been mitigated. Believe what you hear. They don't want to tell you that, yes, you are on the chopping block. They don't want to talk about it. They want to deflect your information from you. So listen with the ears about what they're not saying. Don't listen to this development agreement anymore. Listen to what you have to say about your businesses.
Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Randolph.
I guess my commentary is I like to start with the beginning. And really, I will say my beginning was I took a look at the development that had been given a DA and was wondering how that actually passed given the height and the scale of what it looked like in that graphic. And also the math that we were basically given is this is a big building in a small space. And in reality, it's not a boogeyman. It's one of those things you go, no, this is something that's actually written down on paper as a developer agreement. And if it moves forward, whether it's this year or 4.5 years or 365 times 4.5 years from now, they could actually do this building. And I think one of the questions I have is, by actually going through this process right now, and this is kind of a question for Mr. Grumbach, what happens to the existing DA if we actually change the ordinance?
Yeah, that may be something that the city attorney may be better to discuss, but I mean, ultimately I think it has to be abandoned because a new development agreement would be required. But Jeff, I don't know if you have any thoughts you want to contribute to that.
I think the owner of the property would have the choice to proceed with the existing development agreement. A development agreement vests the code at the time. So that's the whole, or largely the point of a development agreement, is to lock in the then existing development regulations. So owner of the property could develop pursuant to the development agreement, or they could choose to abandon it, disclaim any rights under the development agreement, and proceed under the current code.
Okay, but given where we are, I think the real question for everybody on council first should be, is the development that's already agreed upon something that we want to build in that space? Not a boogeyman, just a question. Is this something that we want in this space? And when I talked to my constituency, I heard a resounding no, that seems really big for there. So that was step number one for me. Step number two is, can we make a better utilization of that space? Is there a way for us to change this developer agreement? And to me, that's the first step of moving towards actually changing the existing developer agreement. You go through this process where we're talking about it right now and say, hey, let's move forward and see if we can change that developer agreement
to something that's more amenable for everyone in the city, and that includes our businesses, because one of the things we've been talking about over and over again is we want to do something to help our small businesses. We've recently gone through a bad breakup with Molbach's. We lost a lot of small businesses in that, and that was never the intention. But development started and it stopped. We've learned from that. And one of the things I'd like to see if we move forward with this is part of the agreement being that before you start tearing down buildings, you have to have all your permits, you have to have your plan, and number 3, you're going to start construction on a date specific. And those are things that we have learned. And moving forward, one of the things we want to do is protect small businesses from that type of tear down and moving away. So I want to see the businesses stay in place, but we also don't want the monstrosity. And yes, I think it's a monstrosity because if I stand at the bottom of this building, which I've heard is the same height, it's pretty darn big. So really that's where I'm standing in my question. Thank you for answering, Mr. Brumbaugh and City Attorney. And here's a fun question just to kind of get to one of the other comments that was made. How is developer agreement not spot zoning? And what's the difference?
Well, the development agreement actually has nothing to do specifically with zoning other than vesting. So that's not a spot zone because it has nothing to do with zoning. It's a vesting tool is all it is. And it sets out the priorities if there's infrastructure improvements and agreements along those lines. So a development agreement is not actually a zoning, regulate. Well, I won't say it that way, but it's basically more of a contract instead of a zoning regulation.
And we get to make certain decisions at the time of a DA that can change what's there. If we want to say that we have a certain amount of affordable housing at a certain rate, then that's actually something that comes to council, and we put that together as part of the developer agreement. So we're able to actually assemble that. And I have I'm over 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Thank you for keeping time. So really, that's all I have to say for now. I'll come back for a second swipe a little bit later. Thank you.
Councilmember Edwards.
Thank you. I do want to clarify one point. During public comment, my name was brought up in terms of conversations I've had with members of the public, which I really believe engaging our public in conversation directly is a key part of our job, and I think that's important as a council member. But I do want to clarify the points where I currently believe, and which I brought up during the conversation also. I unequivocally believe we need to support our local businesses, and we need to protect the character of the city of Woodinville, but also at the same time, that apartment complex would do more harm to the city and traffic that would add to there may even end up harming the businesses. If no one can get to the property due to the traffic there, that may end up actually even harming the businesses. So in terms of if we did eventually decide to limit to a parcel and limit the amount of impact to local businesses as much as possible, that would be limited to one area. If another developer wanted to come down the road and say develop area 2 with the same standards or area 3, that would have to be another agreement brought before council and reviewed. What I would say is I do not support a amendment that would approve that for all of the Old Town, but a specific area such as area 1 limited to an area is something that I think we should consider in terms of mitigating the harms that the 7-story apartment building would cause, as opposed to also protecting our local business at the same time. So I just want to clarify my take on this.
So I want to talk about a few things. Like the council's job, I got involved. My first interaction with Woodinville government was in relation to the traffic coming down that hill. I wrote city council and said, me and my family, we don't go down to Woodinville after 3 o'clock because of that hill. We take all of our tax dollars and we spend our money in Kirkland instead when we do go out. That intersection, that roadway has been a problem for a long time. I don't know when it became a failing intersection, but it is now. Adding 1,600 trips to that failing intersection is a terrible idea. It would harm Woodinville businesses, it would harm Woodinville tax dollars, and we will put citizens even more and more gridlocked than they are now. We have the opportunity, You're hearing all this theories about, that's what we do, is we zone areas. We have areas in around Wooden Creek that have ground floor residential that we have discussed and decided that it was appropriate. That's our job, is to try to have smart development, not just random development, just cram stuff into some locations where the infrastructure isn't there to support it. This building, you heard, was only 4 stories or 4+1 or whatever was told. If you stand there, it's 7 stories if you look at it. The density there is more than any block probably in Woodinville, and that's where you get the traffic from. When I was on planning, brand new on planning, I supported it when it had affordable housing. It had less than half of the commercial square footage. It had full school impact fees that were coming on board that April. We asked for higher LEED standards in the building. Looking back on it, knowing, like, again, I was brand new on planning, didn't know much of what I was doing. If I had that vote back, it's one vote I had, I'd have voted to oppose it, knowing even with the public benefits that were included that council decided to disregard and stop. This project has no negotiated public benefits. They were all negotiated away. We can confine this, and I agree with Mr. Ortiz. He's got a sign up says no more apartments, no big apartments or 176 units or whatever it says on your truck, sir. I agree with you. This is our opportunity to put 40 townhomes, 10% affordable, and again, I would suggest something like 80% AMI. You'll have 80, 90, 100 customers within a block of your restaurant to be able to we'll have disposable income, and I'm sure we'll patronize your business on a regular basis. So that will be good for the business. This can be, and I'm not voting for it unless we confine it to that block, and we can do that, and we should do that. Last question. It was mentioned that this is a rezone. It's mentioned that this was spot zoning. It also mentioned last meeting that we could rescind the agreement. Is any of that true?
Well, I think the attorney addressed at the last meeting about rescinding. You can't rescind the agreement. Both parties would have to agree to do something along those lines. In terms of the spot zoning, it's a development regulation. It's a text. It's not actually a rezone or anything like that. It's actually a text amendment to the code.
So it's not a rezone, and we can't rescind it. And my last point I'll make before I cede the floor is I did robust community engagement on this. I didn't talk to anybody that was in favor of a 7-story, 161-unit project that added 1,600 average daily trips to that failed intersection. Not one person. And I talked to well over 100 people. And by the law of numbers, you can't get 100 people to agree on anything. But in this instance, I got 100 people that opposed that kind of traffic added to that intersection in that area. So I'm going to support ground floor residential confined to Area 1. Deputy Mayor Randolph.
One question that I intended to ask during my first round was, given changes to this area, how would that actually affect our needs to, our needs for our planning for GMA?
So when we did our analysis for our targets, which in terms of the straight up housing numbers, we're fine regardless of anything. It's more, I think I've talked to you before, it's more about the low-income housing is where we've got to work on improving in our planning, which is some of the other proposals and stuff like that. But in terms of this, we had this, the West Point project in our pipeline numbers, so it was counting towards ours. If this goes through and this project is what ends up being built, that obviously dropped those numbers quite a bit, but we're still pretty safely within our GMA numbers regardless. So even though the numbers in our pipeline and our analysis kind of changes somewhat, we should still end up just fine.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? We have anybody signed up for the public hearing? Okay, our public hearing is still open. I'm going to call you. Please come to the microphone, state your name. If you have comments to this specific topic, this isn't time for public comments on just whatever you want to. It's on this specific topic. First up, come to the microphone, state your name. You'll have 5 minutes. Is Julio Ortiz.
Hi, my name is Julio Ortiz, owner of the Twisted Cuban Cafe. I live in Woodinville. It's really funny the fact that I'm watching you guys, hearing you talk. What kind of apartment, what kind of townhome? What are you talking about? There's no space in Woodinville. That block is already completely packed with cars. There's not a structure to build absolutely nothing there, either 40, either 100, whatever it is. You guys are just creating a hole of ants there. All you're going to do is just cramping everything. The other thing, you were talking about 100 people. 100 people. What's 100 people, Mayor Millman? What's 100 people? 100 people, I can create 100 people. These are the people that you work for and you represent. And these are the people that slowly you're going to go ahead and build right there in Area 1. And then it's going to create a domino effect in the fact that all of the landlords on our area are going to kick us out of there. And they're going to go ahead and question you, what are you doing with that area? Because they're going to be wanting to have the same zoning as they have there. So another part. I got the paperwork to come over here today. None of the other business owners got any paper, any notice. I had to go knock at everybody's door, and none of them got any notice. So there you go. Another point, Labor Day, first day of school. So how strategic is to have this meeting here today, first day of school, Labor Day. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Another point. I'm here. I left my business. I couldn't work today to come in here. Another wasted time for the third time. Planning Commission said no, and then you guys are just questioning Planning Commission. All right? All the decisions here are already pre-made. All you guys are doing are pre-making decisions. Pre-making decisions, no counting with us. You're not counting with the people. You don't care about our people. Very important. Today, 10 o'clock in the morning, I sent a text to a reporter that I had King 5 News. I had a report with at the Twisted Cuban Cafe. And I sent him a text today saying, Cornelius, I'm looking forward to seeing you today. And he said, I'm looking forward to seeing you too. And I can show you the text in public. That's not a problem. Then after that, all of a sudden, he got assigned to another story. That was what he said. So, is there any type of connection here with the TV, with the news, something that's going on here that we're missing, that we need to kind of figure out what's going on? Ever since I talked the last time, and I came here and I brought fact, because I love all of this, I totally understand. I know my English is not very good looking, but I understand everything you're writing here. That's not a problem. I can take my time and read it, but I come here and I talk facts, and sometimes facts are not the best ones. So, I have a nice property where I have a gate right in front of my house, and all of a sudden, ever since I came here to talk the last time, I've been here for just 2 times to talk and say the truth and just go ahead and explain myself. Guys, all of a sudden, I'm having the police cars driving by my house every 5 minutes. Come on, why are we increasing the police traffic through my house? I'm not understanding that. We gotta be careful with that. The other thing is that I'm just kind of like a little afraid for my life too, because some people are showing up right in front of my gate, taking pictures, driving slowly. So I'm kind of concerned about all these situations. Businesses that we have right now don't need any more traffic. I appreciate the fact, Mayor Millman, that you're saying that it's going to increase all of our customers. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate that. What are you doing increasing the customers if you're killing the traffic in Woodinville? And I'm not talking about my business, guys. I'm not talking about Twisted Cuban Cafe. I'm talking about La Pasadita. I'm talking about the Mexican place. I'm talking about the Filipino lady that's another part of minority that she's fighting fighting to keep, keeping the business together. So it's extremely important to look at this, guys. It's not just that area. It's not just that area. It's everything. It's everything in Woodinville that's being affected by all of your decisions. And that is a big problem in this city. So we have to really take this seriously, because this is just going to create a domino effect. You guys are going to have to come up with something to protect us, because otherwise we won't be able to just go ahead and agree to what you're doing. We are out of protection here. We're just trying to survive, and we're trying to just go ahead and make it up, and we just don't find any representation. All right? So we had a meeting with Edwards. We had a meeting with Randolph. We had a good conversation, and obviously Mr. Edwards there, we talked about the situation with the worries with the zone area 1 and creating a domino effect, and he personally said, to correct what he was saying, personally said, I will not support that domino effect on your business. And we talked to Deputy Mayor Randolph, and I know I finished. And he kind of like, just no, but I hope this we get into a solution soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Dane Stevenson.
I said I didn't want to follow you again. Woo! All right, thank you, Julio. That's a tough act to follow again this month. So, hello, council. Hello, everybody. Just here to show solidarity with what's going on, not just with the great businesses here in Old Town, but also in the whole city of Woodinville. I am a resident. Dane Stevenson is my name. I also have a business here in town. It's interesting because we do support local business, and we like to support the non-chains, if you will. Nothing wrong with Chipotle, but I'd much rather go to an authentic place that keeps those tax dollars and keeps those funds in the community. And as a big picture, I would also, it's interesting, since the last meeting a month ago, it's curious, if you drive around, especially at busy hours, there's some great restaurants all over the city. There's really becoming a big problem on parking, big problem on transportation. Mayor Millman, it's interesting, you asked how long that intersection has been, distressed. 1990, I lived in the condos just above there. I got to tell you, it was actually worse then, because the angle up from the railroad track was so steep that every 14 days you'd have a semi-truck high center on that thing. It was actually a lot of fun because, about 19 tow trucks would come down and try to move it. But other than flattening out the grade, there's really been nothing done there in, how many years is that? 24, probably longer. But that's my big concern, is every time a new development goes in, I know we've got a little road where US Bank used to be. It's tiny, and it basically just goes across where the railroad tracks used to be. So it's nice there's some infrastructure going in, but I don't think it's enough. And my big concern, I was in Redmond today, I had some meetings down there. I drive a big truck, it's for my business, that's what I need to do. You can't park anywhere. In this building right here, I can't park there. And it's really not that high, I can get through the drive-throughs, but I can't park in many of these new structures. And that's another thing for the Planning Commission for consideration, is every time a new building goes in, more people come in, more parking goes away. So it's really a disconnect of what we're trying to do here. And I don't know what the answer is. I'm sure there's experts in the room, but community, town parking, whatever it may be. But keep that in mind. There's some big families here. Big families have big cars. And if you have a big car, you're kind of doomed when it comes to parking in these new developments. Especially, this one right here. Mr. Randolph brought up a good point. When you look at this building, we can argue about 57 feet, 7 stories, monstrosities, whatever. But at the angle I look at this building, that's a big building. That's the long and short of it. And again, I realize that zoning takes to different height considerations. But just again, my point last month was, let's keep Woodinville. Let's not look like Redmond. People want to be here, but we're also a town that people have to drive to. There is no good public transportation. We try to go downtown using public transportation. I don't have 3 hours to go downtown using buses and trains and Ubers. It's just not feasible. So I think we can all agree that when people come to Woodinville, they like to have the freedom to be in their own vehicle, whether they live on the hill, downtown, or wherever it may be. So again, mainly here for solidarity with these businesses. I too had a tough time finding white pants. I don't know who brought that up, but that was tough to do. Maybe I'll connect with you next month. But thank you for your time and consideration. Lastly, I've heard some good ideas come up in this meeting. I would just encourage everybody to get out a lasso, wrap around those ideas, and come together on a decision that helps everybody. Because that is downright scary when you look at the red zones in there. And I've not seen the streets really change as far as, which way they're going, how wide they are, and how much more traffic they can handle. So thank you.
Thank you. Julie Ortiz.
Hi, my name's Julie Ortiz, and I'm a resident of Woodinville and have own the Twisted Cuban Cafe with my husband Julio. West Point Properties made a bad land purchase years ago, and they're now in this position where they've got this land and they can't develop it and they can't sell it. Boo-hoo. They made a bad decision. Let them live with their decision. Why does City Council need to bail them out and sacrifice the businesses of Old Town? We've made it clear that the businesses of Old Town are against rezoning or whatever you want to call it. We don't want to see ground floor residential units built in that area. We will be forced out of that area. The costs to relocate are very, very high, and we just won't be able to survive it. I noted last time I spoke that there's significant costs that you don't think about. It's easy to say that they can relocate, but there's costs to tear down what we've built up. There's costs to relocate and build up back up. There's costs to let our current customers know that we haven't gone out of business, that we're still in business. And then on top of that, for the next 10, 15 plus years in the new location, we're going to incur significantly higher rental fees. And those we just cannot absorb. And it's not just Twisted Cuban Cafe, it's all of the businesses there that will be put in that situation. So I really don't like hearing people on City Council say that it won't impact us. It will impact us. Even if we start with just one area there is a domino effect, and Area 2 will be knocking on the door soon, and Area 3, and so on. We just need to get out of the big corporation pockets. We need to stop catering to the big corporations and really get down to looking at who's doing business and where and trying to work together to fix this. We feed our kids out of that business. We pay our mortgage out of that business, and this is just a big threat for us. So I really want to encourage you to vote to table this and end further consideration. Let West Point suffer this out for the next 5 years, and let's start talking before about what else we can be doing with that, and not just shoving in 45 townhouses because it's better than 161 apartments. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Campbell.
Boy, Alex Campbell, that's a little hard to follow that. Just keeps getting worse and worse. So I'm here to talk a little bit about, obviously, the Old Town rezone, and I will call it a rezone because you're changing the code that defines the zone. So in the parlance of a normal person, it's a rezone. So why does CBD exist? This was actually presented at the August 6th meeting. I don't know if everyone absorbed it, so I'll just give a quick summary. The reason that the city desires to have a downtown first floor business area called Central Business District is that you don't want to have an area that's completely devoid of people during the day. You want a little bit of movement. You want an area that is interesting. You also want to have a certain amount of eyes on the ground. It's really quite nice to have a downtown where you can, you know that there's always a door you can knock on, or there's a store you can walk into. I also think we do need, and we need a lot more retail in our city. What do you expect when you go to a small wine town? If you go to Napa or San Luis Obispo or someplace else, there's a number of little shops. You can only drink wine so long. You can only have 3 meals a day, hopefully. But at some point, you walk around and you buy stuff, or you look at, oh, that's a gift for my next Mother's Day. We had that. It was Malbecs. Malbecs was a huge benefit to us. It was a huge benefit to our sales tax. We'll talk more about that tonight. And now you're talking about reducing the number of businesses. In fact, you already did. This council, with the exception of David Edwards, because he wasn't here until January, this council voted in fall of 2022, I think it was August, for the Woodgate development. That's that Main Street block, beige block that's going up over there. And in fact, when they were negotiating the development agreement, you talked about trying to prevent them from doing things, they evicted and stopped letting anyone lease. And Mr. Millman used it as a fear factor that, oh, those empty buildings look so terrible, we gotta pass this DA right now. Fast forward to summer of 2023, Green Partners comes in. Green Partners tells this beautiful story of the Garden District. So the city buys into it. The first thing they do, before they do anything else, is flatten the small strip that had the cobbler where I get my shoes repaired. I don't know where I'll get my shoes repaired when next time they fail. I'm gonna have to drive somewhere else. There were probably a dozen or more little businesses in there. I forgot to mention the Woodgate immediately flattened their buildings too. So flattening the buildings, not so much. Wooden Creek is doing the same thing with Phase 6. You might notice all the empty units that are no longer rented. It's because they've basically told everyone there, you can keep paying us leases, but we will not repair this building at all. If the roof starts leaking, if the rats roll in, we're doing nothing, because we know we're going to flatten Phase 6. So you're not going to be able to do this with some sort of fancy dance. The key here is, before you start talking about development, you make sure you've already taken care of those businesses. There was an ask that we come up with good ideas. So I've got one. We need to require, as part of any development agreement, a relocation fee for any existing businesses. It needs to take care of all the expenses that were discussed. It needs to make sure that that developer has to find them a location in the same city, not push them out. And even that won't be enough, because I was chatting with Julio and found out that when he looked at rents elsewhere in the city, the newly developed parts of the city, it's 4x the rent. So no one can absorb that as a cost to their business. I really think we need to take pause, take a breath. We know West Point is not happening. Thank you, Mr. Millman, for voting for it. But it's not going to happen. It's too expensive to build. And even if it does build, I will point out 7 stories against a wall against a hill looks a lot different than 7 stories straight up, like the 75 feet that this council approved for Phase 1 of Green Partners. 75 feet with 0 affordability, and it would be in the middle of downtown. Final thought, 1.2 acres seems very small for 40 townhomes. Are you sure that that's the number? Because can you squeeze 40 townhomes into 1 acre? Okay, just leave that to you.
I apologize if I don't get this exactly correct. Ruchel Abella? R-U-T-C-H? It's Ruchel. Thank you.
I'm very, very nervous. I'm nervous. So much people. Hello. My name is Ruchel Abella, and I am here to express my deep concern about the future of my 2 businesses located in the historic old town of Woodinville. I am the owner of Woodinville Florist, a cherished business that has been serving the community since 1977. As the 3rd owner, I am committed to preserving the rich history and tradition of the establishment. I also own Champaign Avenue, a wine bar and a shop that I took over 2 years ago from its previous owner. The wine bar and shop was originally established 8 years ago, and I have worked hard to continue its legacy. I enjoy making people smile. It's very good connecting. As a single mother of 4, I also care for my mother, who provides invaluable help with my children. I am working hard to make my business my primary source of income. But the possibility of rezoning in our area, or whatever it is that's happening, has become a significant source of stress for me. As a small business owner and a minority of the city, I have been a proud resident of Woodinville for the past decade as well. During this time, I have built and enjoyed being part of the amazing community, but this possibility of rezoning or other changes makes me fear that our pursuit of the American dream could be lost. I am deeply concerned about the future holds for my businesses and other small businesses around me, particularly regarding the potential destruction of area's culture and the impact it could have on our ability to remain open. I sincerely hope that I can continue to serve this community, which has brought me so much joy and fulfillment to my family and me. Thank you for considering my concerns, but more importantly, please vote against the rezoning or whatever changes that's gonna take us out of the city. The construction alone will have a major negative impact on our small businesses. The parking is already hard, and that's all I have to say. I'm shaking. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. You did very well. Thank you. Ryan Ortiz.
Hello, my name is Ryan Ortiz. I'm a resident of Woodinville, and I have been for the past 20 years. I want to thank you for being here today, City Council, and the, what looks like part of the city of Woodinville here behind me. Big you, again. Well, this may be just another City Council for some. The decisions made here today have the ability to affect my family's livelihood, as well as dozens of business owners who reside in the Old Town districts, which is why I implore the City Council members and Mayor Millman to consider voting against the ordinance number 767, amending WMC 21.42.040. During the previous City Council meeting, it was noted several times that the new ordinance would not disrupt our businesses, rather it would allow them to draw in more customers. While I agree with that statement, excuse me, it would not, I apologize, it would not negate the fact that with the zoning changes, it would inevitably not double but quadruple the amount of my business pays for rent, as well as the dozens of other businesses owners who reside in Old Town. In conclusion to this statement, the potential benefit far undermines the potential havoc this may reap on the many businesses who inevitably will be forced to consider relocating, as rent increases will be too overwhelming. In regards to the previous council meeting, the community and I feel as if we are not being heard. We all want this community to continue to grow and flourish, but we want it to grow in a way that does not affect what made Woodinville what it is today, that being Old Town. Mayor Millman, the day of the parade, excuse me, the day of the parade in downtown, I attended the pancake breakfast with some friends to support the local firehouse, and you personally served me. You served me with a smile on your face, as you did with everyone in the line to get food. When I attend these meetings and see you on the news, you are the different person. The body language, your way of words, your tone, all change. Serve our community with that face and person that I, as many others, saw that day. A smile on your face, which we love to see. The last piece I would like to address today is the infrastructure of the zoning areas and how 40 townhomes will affect the area it is being built in. The average townhome in America has 2 vehicles, meaning that with 40 townhomes will come a minimum of 80 or more vehicles to the already packed streets of Old Town, and that is not including the heaps of cars that will come with the absurd amounts of apartments that are being built in the center strip of Woodinville and have been built in downtown Woodinville already, which has already caused an extreme influx of traffic. It takes me a minimum of 10 minutes to make it just through the 0.8 miles of downtown Woodinville at almost all hours of the day. Our city no longer feels like Woodinville. Monday through Friday, I make the drive to from Woodinville to Renton for work. I get to see downtown Renton, I get to see downtown Bellevue, and I get to see downtown Redmond. The streets of all these cities are filled to the brim with construction and traffic. That is not what Woodinville has ever been. That is what Woodinville is becoming. Make the change and be the difference, and please open your ears, City Council and Mayor Millman, to what your community is saying. Vote against the rezoning acts. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Farmer.
Hi. Oh, ran the wrong way. Okay, I'm Alison Farmer. I'm living outside the city limits. So it's a hard act to follow that one, right? Thanks. Woodinville used to be a forest, and do you know what makes a healthy forest? It's diversity. Old Town's full of it. A visit there's a cultural treasure, history, foods, wine from around the world, a community that supports each other, their customers, and the city. She's Woodinville's great granny, and she's been good to you for many years and deserves to be looked after. There's a saying that trees are our teachers and the roots are our values. Old Town is our root. It's our commercial birthplace, and we need to keep retail there to not only honor our founding history and its survival through so much change, but to show we value small businesses over developer profit. This council are making so many fast, short-sighted decisions just now that are not planting trees for the next generation shade. We need to keep our affordable business areas, or we will permanently damage our roots. We are on the cusp of toppling over, zooming down a road of all housing, no businesses, gridlocked with reduced continuous income for the city. I have a lot to say, but I was going to start with the West Point property, but honestly, I'm so ashamed. You're using it as scare tactics again. You did that the last time. So I'm not even going to mention it. So the only thing I'm going to mention, it's not affected the businesses for 5 years and unlikely to affect them for the rest of the time. It cannot be rescinded and it will be part of any sale. So not even sure why it's only the focus of your discussion last meeting or you're continuing it with this one. Do I think it's a perfect development for Old Town? No. I would like to see that area preserved and enhanced, but it does fit better than townhomes. It's like the great-grandchild and still has a commercial DNA at its roots. Now let's get on to the townhome proposal. Hardly discussed at the meeting, probably because there's nothing to discuss. That mock design is yet again missing from your staff packet. Mr. Grumbach himself said he doubted the design would meet with compliance or zoning regulations. This is not a planning application. It's a superficial image that will likely never get built. I'm not even sure why Main Street are even asking for this. If they're so interested in building townhomes, then why have they just sold their townhome development down East Trail? This request from them is the epitome of the latest developer fad of only wanting to build housing. They list reasons for the existing DNA being unfeasible. They say it's a good location, but not viable for significant retail space. Well, it's perfect for small businesses. There are many long-term established businesses there now, and Old Town has provided livelihoods for 137 years. They say they don't want empty retail. Well, maybe if their rents were not so high, they wouldn't have that problem. They say this request is so the project can move forward in the near term. Why are they not building for our future rather than their immediate profit? You cannot force anyone to build townhomes with a DNA. If you pass this, they can build anything to the CBD code. They will bulldoze a kick house before you even see a planning application. They will likely then come back a little bit later when you're all gone and ask for apartment complex only. The only control you have is with code and saying no to this request. The Planning Commission were given 3 parcel options to apply the code change to. They chose to apply the code to all of Old Town, like they did with GB, as it's unfair to show preference to particular owners. They then rejected this developer request as they valued these businesses here. However, unlike your choices, all the options given to Planning Commission included the lots these small businesses sit on. It's always bugged me. Mr. Grumbach is very deliberate about what he does. Main Street does not even own any of Old Town, so there was no reason to always include these in that area. The lots these businesses sit on have multiple owners, so maybe he was trying to overcome illegal spot zoning by including them. Giving you the option to save them now is likely just a mitigation and lip service to create a false sense of security for these businesses. Any of those owners in Old Town can come to the city and ask for the same treatment of code if this is approved. If this is applied to even one area, that raises the land value and opens the rest up to speculative purchasing. There is nothing concrete or transparent about this townhome proposal. In fact, it's highly suspect. And for that reason alone, this request should be denied. Keep retail in all of Old Town and look after your great granny and show everyone what Woodinville values. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Faust.
Hello, I'm Kim Faust with Main Street Property Group. I'm sure everyone's going to clap for me when I'm done, right? I was going to focus on what was previously approved versus what our proposal is. I'm not going to focus on that because there's been a lot of discussion on that. I will say we are the contract buyer on the West Point property, so that is why we are supporting what the council or what the staff has proposed. Usually developer asks for more density. In this case, we're not. We're asking for sensible, right-sized development that fulfills a need for middle housing ownership in the city. When we considered this proposal, we talked to members of the staff and council and the community who agreed that middle housing home ownership is needed in this location. As mentioned, there will be 10% affordable units. And just to give everyone an idea, Mayor Millman talked about 80% AMI. That would be townhome units that sell for about $375,000 for a new townhouse. So just to give you an idea, that truly is affordable housing. Then that would be as our current proposal stands, that would be 4 units that would be sold to people for $350,000 to $375,000. We do have a corner commercial space. I know it's small. That's also something that we're looking to get a small local business that would potentially purchase or rent that at a lower rate than we would typically have at a new project. The daily trips, that was been brought up. Traffic is a huge change from what the current approved plan is to what our proposal would be. And then just a right-sized project that currently is economically viable. These people will support local businesses. And I think one other important thing to consider is that, a development agreement that we negotiate with the city is going to include a lot of public benefits that are in the DA today. So bus stop, green certification, road improvements, school impact fees, all impact fees, open space. A lot of those things will be negotiated. And a development agreement has to provide for public benefits. And I know that, that there will be public benefits provided as part of any proposal and future development agreement. Thanks.
Thank you. Gary Harris.
My name is Gary Harris. I'm a resident of Woodinville. For those of you that don't know me, I'm also the former mayor of Woodinville. So I do know what I'm talking about. So I want to talk about 3 things, 3 definitions that I'm having some trouble with. First definition, 7 floors versus 5 floors. As I said before, please look at the picture from 2019. The picture shows 4 floors of residential, 1 floor of parking and retail on the first floor. 4 plus 1 is 5, not 7. If you were to divide 7 floors into 57 feet, you come up with about 8 foot per floor. People don't build buildings with 8-foot ceilings anymore. They're 10-foot ceilings. I doubt that you can build a garage parking on the first floor and have it be an 8-foot ceiling without having most of the trucks lose their mirrors and their tops as they're coming into the parking garage. So this thing about, please, let's just call it what it is. The definition is 57 feet, the same height as Wooden Creek. And as Mr. Grumbaugh explained how if the lot slopes, how that works, but the definition is 57 feet. Next question on AMI. So I just heard that there will be 4 units built at 80% AMI. So really but that's not anywhere in any agreement. There must be a definite number if this thing passes, and if there is a new agreement, there must be a defined number of units at 80%, a defined number of units at 60%, and or any other percent that is chosen. To say that you're going to have affordable housing is a meaningless statement. That's stupid to just say, oh, we'll have affordable housing. You need to define it. Define it. My last definition regards price per square foot. I heard someone say tonight that, oh yeah, they're going to build affordable units. It's going to be only $500 per square foot. Well, I get monthly real estate updates from several businesses in town. A couple of them are in the audience. And the average sale price of a house in Woodinville is 1.1 something million. And $500 per square foot, that's what, a 2,000 square foot, 2,100 square foot house. So $500 a square foot is not real. I mean, that's your average house. That's not an affordable house. I mean, I know a lot of very nice houses that their sale price is based on $500 and something per square foot. So that's more like an average price per square foot for a sale for a house. That's not a affordable bargain price. Thank you.
Rosa Antoine, did you want to speak at this session as well, if she's still here? I don't see her. Farah Cadusi.
Mayor Millman, council members, good evening. Farah Cadusi, I'm the owner of West Point Properties. The block of 5 parcels that are at the center of the proposal that's being done by Main Street Property Group. By the way, West Point Properties has been in Old Town for over 20 years, so it's not a recent acquisition, just to clarify. First, I want to thank the staff for their hard work on this ordinance, and I want to thank the City Council for your interest and for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. To start with, I want to talk about communication. The Deputy Mayor Randolph brought up proper communication with the public in the last meeting, and subsequent to that, I had the pleasure of speaking to Deputy Mayor Randolph. I listened, and he encouraged me to show up tonight, so I'm here. So thank you for that. And I think because of the concerns that the Deputy Mayor showed, I think the city has done a great job, terrific job of communicating this ordinance to the public. They've sent out public notices, and I think it's been well socialized and well publicized. As you can see, the community is here, we're all together. Now, as far as misinformation, and what I'd like to do is say that my understanding from a property owner in Old Town CBD zone and a business owner there is that there's been spread of false rumors and lies with regard to this ordinance. So I'm here to set the record straight. Number one, the 160 apartment complex, the picture that Mr. Grumbach showed in the last meeting, that pertains to Area 1, which is West Point Properties. It does not pertain to Area 2, the block that's the closest to the major intersection. I want to make sure that everybody here understands that. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be glad to make time to answer any questions. Number two, should this ordinance pass, the city is not going to send out enforcement officers the following day to the small businesses in Old Town to shut them down because they're out of compliance. So that is false. Number three, the option of retail will not be eliminated due to this ordinance. What this ordinance does is it actually adds to the flexibility of having both retail and residential fronting public streets on the ground floor. So I just want to make sure that we understand that retail will not be excluded because of this ordinance. And finally, I want to say on this, the misinformation that spreading false rumors is not healthy, and it's not helpful to our community. And we all want the best for the community and all the people in our community. Now, getting to the ordinance. There is clear precedence for this ordinance. Exactly 4 years ago, this month, Ordinance 700 was passed. In fact, Council members Taylor and Best-Campbell voted yes to that ordinance. So there is clear precedence for this ordinance. And what I want to emphasize is through the news media, the mayor has communicated the proposal, and I am fully in support of that, and I appreciate that, what the mayor has recommended. And on a positive note, I think the greatest public benefit that I see here, and I think has been mentioned by multiple people that spoke tonight, is the fact that it provides home ownership. What a novel concept that a young person can enter the housing market with this project, right? And finally, I like to say, as the largest single property owner in the CBD zone in Old Town, I fully support this ordinance, and I respectfully ask the council to vote yes for Ordinance 767. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Creed?
So I think just about everything that can be said has been said, except I wanted to talk about the medical community. With everything that has been going in here, not only is there more parking and more people, and there's going to be more people over there, and there's going to be more wineries put in. So this is going to be kind of like a little Napa Valley, if I'm not, incorrect. But all of those people, all of those cars, everything on the road is going to affect the fact that we just have a small hospital up there. And who knows how many more patients they're going to be able to take if we have all of these new buildings, all of these new cars. I live up at Sunridge, and sometimes I will hear ambulances just trying to get through that traffic. So if we have even more going on up here, and we have all of those things going on back up past the creek up there, which I know we're going to have, how is that going to affect the hospital? And also, I work sometimes with hospice and with adult family homes. Those are spread out everywhere. And a lot of the time, they do need quick help to get to that hospital or to get to a different place. If we keep building and building and building, we're not going to be able to help those people. We're not going to be able to get them to a hospital in a timely manner. So everything else has just kind of been, already brought up. I wanted to bring up the medical community because I think that's something that we haven't thought about yet. So That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else sign up? Okay, thank you.
Point of order, there's a hand being raised.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you.
Sorry, I had put my name down on a list somewhere. My name's Atay Offit. I am actually the board president of Sunridge, which is actually directly kind of southwest behind Area 4 and 5. And so the last time I was here was when the hotel proposal was put in. I think just from my standpoint, I think that there's actually multiple considerations and options. It sounds like one option is if the builder wanted to go ahead with that apartment building. Another option is the council passing for townhomes. Another option is waiting and asking the builder, are you going to move forward with those apartments? Or if you're invested in Woodinville, do you want to consider the retail factor of keeping the retail on the ground floor? Doing nothing and gambling and seeing, do they build it? Does the previous ordinance expire? But I think that the really frustrating thing for people is that when all of those options aren't clearly outlined, when it said either an apartment or a townhome, not the potential of apartment, the passing of the townhomes, the doing nothing and waiting and gambling, right? Or asking our owner who is invested in Woodinville, can you work to find an option that still gives you your profit, because business owners are for profit. He's for profit. That's his job. That's why he has a business. Every year, my father sends me flowers from Texas, from Woodinville Florist in December. I go to my friends. I have another friend in Woodinville. We meet at Twisted Cafe for sandwiches. I used to have a cat groomer in Area 1 that moved because he saw the writing on the wall. He moved to Bothell. Children's Therapy of Woodinville moved to Bothell because of, I work with special needs kids. I had almost all of my clients go there. They had to find other places. So I think change is awesome. It's necessary. I think that we are changing at an exponential rate, and we haven't seen the ramifications of that growth yet because the big amount of growth that's already happening hasn't completed. We don't know how much that's going to impact things. Yeah, traffic there sucks. It's going to suck worse with any sort of residential addition, right? But I just think that the type of communication and the clarity of all of those options, because once things start getting skewed and you're presenting facts, but you're skewing the facts towards your opinion, then people start to not trust it because everyone's got an agenda and they're not trusting the agendas anymore, right? And you guys probably, let's be honest, probably do have your opinions already kind of set, and it would take something big to sway them. But I ask you to go slow. We have so much that hasn't been finished here. It's growing super fast, and we don't know the ramifications. We learned from Molbech's, but that was very fast, and maybe too fast. Maybe we didn't get more things organized, planned, questioned, sorted through before we moved forward. Let's not do it again. I 100% believe in precedents. Precedents exist in legalities. Precedents exist in human nature. It exists in behavior. I'm a behavior therapist. We set precedents. It means that people push harder for the next go round. We develop Area 1 this way. I guarantee you Area 2, Area 4, Area 3, I believe Area 4 actually has a special needs home owned by Camelot Association in it, a duplex with many, many residents. I'm guardian of a special needs adult, and I actually looked to get him placement there so he would be in walking distance of me. It's reasonable for those owners because you are setting a precedent. It's not going to be the commercial business district because it's not going to be commercial. It's going to be another residential district, which maybe more residential districts are needed, but that's a tiny area. You're not going to have room to expand the road there because there's barely going to be enough room for the townhomes in there. They're not going to have room. So what's your answer? Wait and see? Gamble? Right? So I think that, again, that speed of things going is a bit too fast when we don't know what else is happening. Everything hasn't been presented in very pros and cons to everyone. Everyone's presenting their sides of the pros and cons. And I appreciate the passion, but when we start getting into those personal headbutting wars, we're losing the facts and we're losing the discussion and we're getting into battles, right, about opinions. And these are opinions. I really would love to see the pros and cons, option A, option B, option C, option D, the pros and cons of each of those options. I guarantee you that our small business owners' rents will go up. That's why some of them have left already. And there's a couple other businesses over on the other side around Target that are small businesses that aren't able to afford their big rent increases too. That's the nature of how things change. And are we pushing it faster than these small businesses can keep up with? Absolutely. We're noticing that a trend that all the new businesses that are taking their spots all have the same kind of look and vibe and feel. We're losing the real small business owners, and we're getting the big money business owners. That's my feedback.
Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor, for accommodating me. My name is Jeff Lyon. I'm a resident of the city of Woodinville. I'm highly frustrated today. That's probably no surprise. I'm often at odds with this council. But today you've compelled the Old Town community, their friends, family, customers into a late night meeting for the second time to discuss a developer-driven rezone that is supported by almost nobody. Asterisks, Mayor, I know you've engaged with folks. We've not seen them. They've not come to this mic. We don't know their name. What I do know is there's roughly 100 people in this room and in our march up to this council who are against this proposal. Rewind to January 16th of this year. Sycamore Partners was invited to pitch a rezone of Chateau Ste. Michelle, which was forcefully challenged by a group of angry residents. The council rightfully backed down. 7 months later, another ill-conceived zoning proposal was added to the agenda at the request of Main Street Properties Group, who doesn't even yet own the land in question. The council chambers were packed with an even larger group of angry residents, but it didn't seem to matter. For whatever reason, you didn't care what that group of residents had to say. This council and the mayor have repeatedly deflected, calling this misinformation. This is insulting. It's insulting to minority-owned small businesses who are being lied to. It's insulting to the diversity of our city. It's insulting to the people of Woodinville who are again being sold out to a major developer. It's insulting to 137 years of Woodinville history that will be slowly or quickly, destroyed, depending on the version that you vote on. It's insulting to the Planning Commission who voted to reject this proposal, which was misrepresented in the draft ordinance. I quote, "Whereas the Planning Commission discussed proposed text amendment to WMC 2142-040, consistent with Main Street Property Group's request, and voted to forward a recommendation to the City Council." That is true, but what was omitted was the recommendation was to reject. This is a false alternative that's being pitched with this monstrosity of a building. It doesn't matter much to me if it's 57 feet or if it's 70 feet. The fact of the matter is these buildings are being built nearby in the future EMU district, other places in CBD. That traffic is coming. As it pertains to Old Town, let's focus in on Old Town for a second. We don't need the townhouses. We don't need the monstrosity. What we need is a protected Old Town Historic District. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Mayor, there's a hand raised.
Point of order, there's one more person who'd like to speak.
Okay, come to the microphone, state your name, and you'll have 5 minutes, and whether you live in the city limits.
My name is Jason Andrews. I am a resident of Woodinville, also a small business owner. I won't need the 5 minutes. I'll keep it short and brief. There's been a lot of interesting talk tonight, and a lot of opinions and a lot of, I think, a little bit of oversight or lack of oversight on keeping things very factual. There's a reason why that lot's never been built on. It's 100 feet deep at the deepest point. It's not realistic to build what they bought. It's never going to get built. So the idea of trying to put in townhomes there, it's been talked about that it could have a positive impact on the businesses nearby. Is that possible? Sure. However, will they survive the construction? Because while a whole lot of people have talked about how the traffic is so bad, there hasn't been anything talked about a potential solution for that. So you add construction to that, you kill businesses because it will strangle them. Because right now, traffic in the afternoon, it's horrible as it is. There's no solution. There's a lot of problem admiring tonight, and not a whole lot of people trying to get on board with a solution. That's your guys' job. It's our job to come to you guys with our reasons, what we have, our concerns. It's your guys' job to stand for what we're talking about and come to us with those solutions, because You have a whole list of people who are professionals who can help with these solutions. But the only thing that I've seen tonight is a lot of admiring of the problems. I urge you guys to say no and to vote no against this. It isn't needed, just like Mr. Lyon said. You're going to strangle and continue to strangle the businesses. So I think it's incumbent on you guys to come up with a better solution. Thank you.
Do I have a motion? Close public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Evans?
Aye.
Councilmember Edwards?
Aye.
Councilmember Best-Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Millman?
Yes.
Councilmember Arndt?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Thank you for everybody that participating. Now we have further discussion. Councilmember Arndt.
I have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's hear your motion.
I move to hold the first reading and approve the first reading of ordinance number 767 with the following changes. To modify the figure 21.42.0402 to include those parcels in areas 1 only.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for that motion. Councilmember Arndt, you maker of the motion, you have the floor.
Thank you. Tonight I've spent a lot of time listening, and there's been a lot of good points, a lot of truth in the frustrations that business owners and residents alike have brought up. But for me, the overwhelming thing I'm hearing is an issue of balance. We have needs for addressing traffic. We have needs for addressing parking. We have needs for adding housing to our cities. We have needs for protecting businesses. These are all true needs, and we as a council need to figure out a path forward, balancing those interests in the best way that we can. I think that making this change and confining it to Area 1 is the best solution right now, because it allows us to work towards the strategic goals that we as a city have set. Those goals include adding middle housing, adding home ownership opportunities, and adding affordable housing. Even if you remove the idea of this previous development agreement, which may or may not be built, we still have agreed upon goals of adding to our housing stock and adding exactly these kinds of things, affordable townhomes. This potential project also has the added benefit of that corner retail, which I think is very much in line with the area of Old Town. I live adjacent to this area. I'm there every day. And I am well aware of the traffic issues, the parking issues, and the difficulties that larger businesses have of surviving in that area because of the difficulties of bringing people in. I also have looked at our planning commission chair. He also is at the Historical Society, and he took me on a tour. He showed me a picture of Old Town. And my comment when I looked at this picture of Old Town, one of the earliest photos of Woodinville, is, wow, the road's exactly the same as it originally was. The roadways here are very constricted, and we don't have a lot of options for expanding it. And that is a reality with the geography of this area. And that has been a constriction point on businesses in Old Town for as long as I've lived in the city. Businesses have tried to go in this area and they have failed because of these issues. So in my view, I am taking all of these things and I see this as the best path moving forward. The reality in our area, not just our city, but in King County and the larger Puget Sound region, is that people are moving here in record number. We need more housing of all kinds. There are residents coming here. We can't just shut the doors on the city and said, no, we have enough. You can't live here. So we need to find ways to accommodate that growth in the best way we know how. If this project doesn't get built, I guarantee that someone will build something. This isn't the first domino. Area 2 already has an apartment block that was completed about a year and a half ago, and Area 4 is currently, or has an apartment block that has been sitting in planning and permitting for several years. This isn't the first domino. There is pressure across our city, and I would say that I strongly agree that we as a council need to take definitive action to protect our small business, not just in Old Town, but across our city. We're experiencing these changes and this development, and I think it's difficult because there is no set path forward for how a city best protects small business. How do you promote affordable commercial? That's a big question, and it requires a lot of creativity in figuring out ways to do that effectively. So I don't have an answer to present to you, but it is a priority, and it is increasingly a priority in our city. All of this is a little long-winded, but for me, this is a compromise solution. It is not an ideal solution, but it is balancing the difficulties of transportation with the needs for growth, with the reality that property owners are allowed to build things. They're allowed to sell their property, and we as a city cannot prevent that. We just have to do the best with the opportunities that we have in front of us at the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Best-Campbell.
I move to amend the main motion and direct staff to add a provision that would create the Old Town Historic Retail District, covering areas 2 through 5 on the map, that prohibits new first floor residential development regardless of any setback allowances.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend that. Councilmember Best-Campbell is the maker of the motion. You have the floor.
We talk a lot about this is the best compromise. Put your money where your mouth is. Protect 2, 3, 4, 5. Say we're not going to build anything there. If Area 1 is truly where it stops, prove it. Prove that the residential glut that we're going to have with GB is going to be in GB, and we're not going to let it spill out over here. Prove it. Let's make this the Old Town Historic Retail District. We have the Gardens District, which no longer has a garden store in it. Why don't we do this and mean it and keep it? They're quirky buildings. They're Woodinville. They exactly belong there. I don't think that housing belongs there, but let's at least do something to staunch the bleeding so that these businesses can have the peace of mind of knowing that they have a place to continue being businesses.
Councilmember Arndt.
I have a question for clarification on that. What does it mean for us to declare something a historic district? What are the legal restrictions? What does that mean? I was doing some research on national historic places, and I know that if you're registering something at a national level or even with the county, you have to have the buy-in of the property owners in that case. Maybe these are legal questions, but what does that mean, and what authority do we have to do that as a city entity?
council would like me to address that. I think you have to define it. In your ordinance, you have to define what that means, because I don't think just declaring a historical district does anything if you don't spell out in the ordinance what that means. I did want to flag, though, a legal concern with the motion, and that is in Washington, ordinances are required to be limited to a single subject. And this is the ordinance that's in front of council is about modifying development regulations, not about creating new historical or preservation districts. So I think the motion, if approved, would present a single subject violation problem that could undermine the validity of the entire ordinance.
Thank you. So I appreciate that advice. I was also concerned about our ability to bind future councils to anything. There's lots of problems with notification and other things. So I'm going to rule the amendment out of order. Anybody like to speak to Councilmember Arndt's first motion? Councilmember Best-Campbell.
I'll go to my next prepared speech. Like I did last time, I can't control myself to stay on topic, so here goes. Between May 21st and today, just over 3 months, there's been a council directive, 2 planning commission meetings, and a recommendation to reject the proposed rezone, reclassification, renaming, whatever you want to call it, of Old Town. Yet here council sits, fast-tracking the code amendment that has been opposed by the planning commission, opposed by the businesses currently in Old Town, and opposed by the community. I see you here. The question before us is not the choice between housing or businesses. The proposed rezone, whatever word you would like to include in there other than rezone, feel free, of general business, more than covers our GMA housing numbers, making this change in Old Town unnecessary. The question is whether we as a community want to remove every last scrap of quirk and charm from our city. Old Town is affordable, historic, and uniquely Woodinville. This proposal would allow a conglomerate to raise our history to the ground in favor of a charmless block belonging in any town USA. Well, we don't live in any town. We live in Woodinville. Allowing ground floor residential, even in one of the Old Town segments, sets a precedent that Woodinville will not prioritize affordable retail space for small businesses. What's to say that a developer does not request additional amendments of Old Town if this proposal passes? How long until other retail and commercial segments of the city are rezoned as residential as well? Ask yourselves this: why would Main Street, a company that just sold off its previous townhome development in the CBD, want to purchase more townhome space? Perhaps because consolidation of retail space into the hands of fewer and fewer landlords makes rents easier to set and control. This is the very definition of an oligopoly. It bears repeating that CBD means Central Business District, not Central Bedroom District. Sales tax from businesses keep our property taxes low, and the success of our local businesses benefit all who live here. Woodinville has lost a number of retail businesses these past few years, including one of our larger sales tax generators, Molbach's. In fact, it has been developers who have taken those businesses away from Woodinville with their high rent new construction. Pitting hypothetical affordable housing against existing affordable business space is not the discussion we should be having. Developers have been given every tax incentive, code allowance, and preferential treatment government can think of, and it's time to support the people who are already here and who make Woodinville quirky, distinctive, and our home. This rezone, of any other word you prefer to choose for that, is a harbinger of the demise of Old Town retail because rents will increase as retail scarcity and higher land uses drive up costs. Business owners do not want this change, and they are the experts, not council. I will vote against this motion because first floor residential does not make sense in Old Town.
Anybody else? Anybody wish to speak? Questions? Deputy Mayor Randolph.
Just really a question, just to make sure that my orientation's correct. What businesses are currently in Area 1?
may be beneficial to have the property owner speak to that, but it's the cookhouse. It's one of them. Is that it? And the vet. Okay.
No, there's no vet. I was going to say the vet's left. I used to use that vet, and he's not there. Okay.
It's the cookhouse, tavern, and restaurant, and they moved there knowing that the property was going to develop. Yeah, so they understood that.
Yeah, the cookhouse moved into the horseshoe.
Yeah.
After they were kicked.
Yeah.
Out of the
Woodgate, yeah.
Main Street development.
So just that single development or that single business, I definitely feel poorly that they were kicked out of a development already. I wish I'd had an opportunity to speak with that proprietor before this meeting, but unfortunately I have not. One of the things that I believe Councilmember Best-Campbell is seeking to do is to say, hey, how do we actually protect these small businesses? I believe that Councilmember Evans and as many have pointed out myself, I want to find a fair medium. I believe it was one of our constituents, Ms. Atay, who actually raised the idea of we need to actually put out all of our abundance of options. Until we do the rezone and bring about a change in developer agreement, we don't necessarily have any options. Now, the options that I would like to take off the table, just as myself as a council member, is to rezone Area 1 and commit to never rezoning Area 2, 3, 4, and 5, largely to make sure we protect those businesses there. And I think that that's the same thing that all of us are saying. Without making this change, we don't have any options to actually show because the developer agreement says this is a building we're going to build. Until we're able to switch that and say this is a new zone with a new ordinance, now we need to talk about a developer agreement and move forward with that. So that's just me applying my thoughts and just sharing what I'm thinking with this group.
Councilmember Evans.
Thank you. Like Councilmember Arndt, I've spent a good amount of time listening. I've also looked through my inbox and taken a look at a lot of community input as well. As Deputy Mayor Randolph said, right now we don't have a choice. If I had been on council in 2019, I would have voted no for this. I would have voted to preserve this area. Unfortunately, I was not on council then, and the people who were voted to put this however many stories, but 161 unit apartment complex with retail on the ground floor. And if anybody who is currently taking a look at this thinks that that development that is approved, number one, will 100% not get built, we cannot have a crystal ball and know that that will happen for sure. Number two, if it does get built, it will have a massively negative impact, not only on the businesses there, but also on all the residents who are around there. And number three, if we think that it's not going to raise the rents once this gentrified, already approved by the 2019 council building goes into Area 1, that is just not even the case. We've already seen a new apartment building go in and they say they have commercial on the ground floor and it's just a big empty lobby. So there's lots of ways around this. Again, if I had my druthers, if I could go back to August of 2019, I would say don't vote for this at all. In fact, I want to know where that council was engaging these business owners and talking about all of these dire consequences of potentially making changes to Old Town, because I don't recall that, and I've been here for a long time. I also live just adjacent to this area, and I go past this multiple times every single day. Having said that, I cannot in good conscience support the gamble that the apartment building that is approved and that the current property owner has the ability to build or sell to somebody else who has the funding and the ability to build. I cannot do the gamble of that. Look how long some of these other development areas took to build up. I know people are saying things have gone fast. Things actually, like Molpax, started in 2013. It just takes a long time for these things to happen. But it doesn't mean that they're not happening behind the scenes. We don't know what's happened in the last 5 years. We do know that COVID made it a little bit more difficult. But with interest rates coming down and things turning around, I'm not willing to gamble a lifelong of having 1,600 additional trips added to these roads every single day because we just say, let's just hope that it's not going to happen because it hasn't happened in the last 5 years. Additionally, we are not able to improve these roads. The state owns State Route 202. Woodinville cannot expand them. It has to go through the state, and they've made it abundantly clear they are not going to do that. So if we put those 1,600 extra trips a day, it is going to forever detrimentally impact that area. And it's for that reason that I will support this amendment for the townhomes, because I think it's the least bad choice of all the bad choices that we've been given. Thank you.
Councilmember Edwards.
Thank you. I do echo some of the points that Councilmember Evans made, but I also do want to focus on, if we are approving Area 1, the next steps here, we need to work to make sure we do what we can to protect the rest of that area and the businesses there, all over Woodinville, but especially there as well. We're talking about small family-owned businesses, we're talking about people's livelihoods, the people who have been here for a long time. Many businesses that are unique to the area that if we lose these type of businesses, not only impacts the family, but it impacts our community as a whole, because they are a resource to our community. It brings that unique aspects to Woodinville. So I believe that I wouldn't have supported the agreement that was previously done because I don't think apartment units should go there. And we need to do what we can to mitigate that. But the next step is making sure we do what we can to protect the businesses as well, because they are a resource, they are part of the community, they are the livelihood of this community. The people who help build this community are a part of every day, and we need to do our part to make sure we don't just leave it there if that's where the vote goes, but we actually take steps to discuss what possible options are to support our local businesses, especially minority-owned businesses in our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Arndt.
I just wanted to add, apropos of the amendment, which was ruled not fitting. Sorry, it's getting late and my words are escaping me. This area of Old Town is included in what we as the city are looking at creating a creative district. And the reason we were trying to include this area of Old Town is for its historic significance, the buildings and the businesses that are in there. And though that amendment doesn't quite fit within this ordinance, I think it is worth looking into how we can, as a city, extend some protection to the historic nature of this area in a separate ordinance and discussion for the future. And again, I know there are legal questions about what we can and can't do there, and I would welcome that discussion at an appropriate time.
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
Discussions of a creative district in Old Town. Raise your hand if you're an Old Town business and you were consulted about that. Yeah, here we go with the problem. We continue to talk about Old Town and we infantilize them and say we're going to do all of these great things for this community, but we're not asking them the questions. If you ask a question a certain way, if you lead it a certain way, you're going to get a certain answer. Apropos of this, what would you rather have? Beautiful, bucolic, gentrified townhomes or a big, ugly apartment block? Which one are you going to pick? These are false choices. These are not the choices available to us. If you were to ask, what do you think about Old Town? That would be a more honest question. Or if you would go to the Old Town businesses and say, Old Town, What are some of the challenges that you face, and what are things that we could do to support you? But instead, everyone is continually going to talk around you. How many council members have gone to Old Town prior to this ordinance coming in front of you? How many of you? Did you know where it was beforehand? No. The businesses here, I'm sorry, one person who I know was just there on Saturday. How many times do you go to these businesses to talk about how we know best because we have this idea that we want a creatives district that has the stench of gentrification in my mind? We're going to put artistic buildings there. Great, but what does that do for Old Town? Have we figured out how to integrate it, and have we talked to you? This is another symptom of a greater problem that we're not getting to talk to the people who this actually affects. And the problem is also the questions we ask. If you ask a question with a particular answer in mind, you're going to get it. Do we want honest answers, or do we want to just push our narrative? Go and ask and talk to Old Town. Ask them what the challenges they have are. And they should have been asked, and we should have listened to them the last 4 times that these council chambers have been filled with discussions about them. Any change in Area 1 is going to change the tax basis for the rest of that area. It is. And anyone who says differently is just lying to you. Saying that we want to save areas 2, 3, 4, and 5, great. If the ordinance I made didn't work, how do we work together to make one right now? How do we commit to 2, 3, 4, and 5 that's binding and not just the words coming out of our mouth right now? How do we do that? Is there any will on this council to do it, or is this, again, the lip service? I'd like to know. If we'd like to make a different ruling that areas 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be the Old Town district, which will prohibit main floor residential, great. But let's look for a solution to do that other than just saying it would be nice if we did it in the future. If we want concrete plans, if we want to save these businesses like we really say we do, then let's do something about it instead of just talk. And that's all we're doing up here. And it's already 9:30, and I don't think anybody in the audience has any more clarity than I have here.
Deputy Mayor Randolph.
Yeah, I have a clarifying question for Mr. Grumbaugh or Mr. Buchanan. One of the things that keeps going round and round about this ordinance is the way it's written. You can only get ground floor residential if you have a DA. Is that the way it's currently written?
Well, a little bit of clarification. On facing a public street, you would need the development agreement, correct? You can have ground floor residential in the CBD zone if you put like commercial between it normally. This would just expand where we currently allow, and it would expand over into whatever you decide up in here for the ground floor resident dwelling units. It should be more specific, dwelling units to be on public streets.
Got it. But that would require a developer agreement, which means anyone who wanted to develop a future area and do ground floor residential, they would need to come to the city for a developer agreement.
Correct. One of the reasons we use development agreements on this is because it does give the council, because what it does is it makes it so it's not an as right to do, and it gives the council an ability to make a decision on case by case, because you're not obligated, just because somebody makes a request for a development agreement, you're not obligated to approve that development agreement.
Okay, thank you.
A couple of things. So when we look at development around Woodinville and we take into consideration development agreements, so this is a 2-step process. The first step is to allow ground floor residential in this area and confine it to Area 1, so that doesn't have the domino effect that people are talking about, because they would have to come back for that. And I would oppose that domino effect. What we have right now, and people are saying that this developer came to planning council and that in 2019, well, shortly after that, we hit a pandemic. And if anybody knows, during the pandemic, that was a difficult time to be a builder. Everybody was working from home. The construction workers were having challenges with all of their processes, so that was a difficult time. After that, interest rates in commercial development, interest rates soared, commercial development became a problem. Commercial lenders actually had a problem lending for commercial development. That's nationwide, not just in this area. It was a severe problem. Right now, commercial real estate is coming back. Interest rates are coming down. Mortgages went not that long ago, they're at 8%, and I think they're about 6.5%, Troy, 6.5%-ish. 6.3. So they're going down even further. That makes it more lucrative and likely that a property will be developed. So sitting there saying, we're going to vote for this 7-story, and it's 7 stories if you're looking at it from Woodinville Drive. Now, because the slope of the property goes up on the west and east and the south side, it is different heights, but the density from a 7-story building, and this one behind us is 5 and has different slopes. The one on that's just being constructed on 175th, that's 5 stories. It's fairly flat. We approved that because we got a road. A developer's building a road there that's been on our books for 20 years. It's a necessary road. It's going to go across over to Little Bear Creek Parkway and take a lot of pressure off 175th. It's also going to serve as a detour route when we do our bridge and add 2 lanes underneath the bridge and add longer turn lanes. So we are working on our infrastructure. We are adding parking over in this schoolhouse, not the schoolhouse district, but the Hollywood Hill area and near the project over there. So we are adding stuff to our parks and trails. We are also, one thing that we are working on, it's very important, I'm a former small business owner. I'm a former landlord, I'm a former renter, I've built my own house, I've owned my own business. I know it's a challenge. I've done it, I've been there. And we are looking right now on how to have a creative district and have small shops and serve our arts and culture community. We're looking at ways of enshrining things that will enhance affordable commercial. That's something that the council's expressed in doing going forward. We are actually working towards the stuff that is concerning you. Future councils, any area in the city, they could do something. We cannot bind future councils to anything, but I don't believe this council will go beyond that development agreement and the domino effect. I won't vote for that, and I'm not going to take the risk that we're going to add 1,600 daily trips to an area that's already failing. It's not an appropriate development. It has a cap of I don't know why, but it has a cap of school impact fees. We went to Olympia to support schools. That was one of our priorities, to go down to Olympia and say, you need to fully fund schools. This new property is going to give $150,000 plus to our schools versus the cap of $50,000. We're going to get 4 units, and the developer said somewhere in the $375,000 range. You know how cheap that is today? Nobody's building at that kind of square footage. At that price. We are required by the state to have affordable housing plan to have affordable housing, certain number of affordable housing units about to 2044. This will count towards that. It's not a large number, but if each time we do something, we require 10%. I agree. Ownership opportunities is an important thing to this council. I have the floor. You're out of order. Please honor that, Mr. Campbell. I still have 10 seconds.
Please continue, sir.
I will be voting in favor of this because it's the smartest use for that property, and we will confine it to that area, and we'll get affordable housing, and we won't clog an already crowded and problematic roadway and intersection. Councilmember Edwards.
Yeah, just one last quick follow-up I want to make. Councilmember Best-Campbell did bring up some good points in terms of let's not just be talk. If this does get passed, let's have a conversation to at least learn about the options we have available to protect our local businesses. We need to at least, I will personally say I don't know what exactly those options are at that point, but I want to have that conversation to learn, to see what our options are available. And I think as a council, that is something that we should at least explore. We owe it to the community here who showed up here to at least explore the options that are available to protect the community. If that's what we say we're hoping to do in terms of managing the growth of that possible apartment unit, I think we should also explore what we're able to do to actually protect the other businesses there as well. So I am supporting collaborating with any council members to at least explore and learn about opportunities we have to protect the businesses.
Okay, anybody else want to speak that hasn't spoken on this issue twice? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Evans?
Aye.
Councilmember Edwards?
Aye.
Councilmember Best-Campbell?
No.
Mayor Millman?
Yes.
Councilmember Arndt?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Randolph?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-1 with one abstention. Thank you very much. Next discussion will be business item number 11 regarding traffic impact fees, and this goes to some of the conversation we just had. I have Mr. Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. As I pull up this presentation, we are presenting this evening a second update on TIF program. And staff presented the initial evaluation and assessment of the TIF program in July. And based on the feedback that we received at that meeting and further additional evaluations that we did, staff is here to provide you an update on that program and also some recommendation in terms of the actual TIF itself. So with that, I have this presentation ready, and let's see if I can share this. Okay. And I have Kendra Brillen again with Fern Pierce giving us an update on that additional evaluations and recommendations. It is on.
Okay, great. Good evening, Council. We're back to discuss impact fees after we met with you in late July. So if we go to the next slide.
I'm sorry, can we hang on a second? I don't think the microphone is working.
No.
Now is it? Yep, there we go. Thank you very much. So topics we're going to cover tonight, and I will stay very brief because I know it's been a long meeting. First, just quick review of how impact fees fit kind of into the full process, a review of your current program, staff's proposed updates, and then an opportunity for us to get council feedback. So on the next slide, this chart here, I've been here in front of council a number of times over the last couple of years. We've gone through all of these boxes. The box in orange really shows where we are tonight, which is really getting your critical feedback to really help us return with a proposed impact fee program. So the next slide, just as a reminder, Woodinville has an existing transportation impact fee program. It is summarized in Woodinville Municipal Code, Chapter 3.39. And some of the key provisions of your program today, it charges $440 per daily vehicle trip, which equates to about $4,149 per single family home. And it would equate to $40,444 for a $2,000 or 2,000 square foot tasting room. And those are just a few example uses. Impact fees are assessed for most development proposals in the city. So wanted to talk about the updates that we're proposing. And again, these were generally the updates that we brought up in July. So again, looking to fund projects that were advanced in the 2024 transportation plan. And the impact fee study that now we're bringing to you has looked at kind of the eligibility of those various projects to assess how fees could be fairly assessed to land uses in a fee schedule. And so on the next slide, I wanted to review kind of what we felt like we heard from this body back in July. So first of all, we heard that there was an interest in generating more transportation impact fee revenues, really to support delivery of capital projects. We heard there was a desire to have a fee increase over time that would keep pace with inflation. We heard there was an appetite to better match peer communities in King and Snohomish counties. We heard there was concern about how raising impact fees might impact local businesses. And we also heard a desire to really be mindful of how the transportation impact fee program supported and interacted with delivery of affordable and middle housing options in Woodinville. So that's what we heard from you, and I wanted to bring now kind of staff recommendations that we've crafted in response to your feedback. So key provisions of the staff recommendation. One, absolutely in line with what we talked about in July, updating the program to fund new multimodal projects. We do that by charging based on PM peak hour person trips rather than vehicle trips, so it creates that kind of that strong nexus. But kind of staff's had some significant discussion, and what we're here to kind of bring up tonight is to set the fee such that it would essentially be an update to your current impact fee, but account for inflation that's occurred since the impact fee was last raised in 2017. And so you've lost about 29% to inflation. So it's really to kind of raise up the impact fee such that it has kind of that similar purchasing power. Looking to structure the program to adjust fees annually for inflation. So again, you're not losing purchasing power over time, and to incorporate policies to encourage construction of middle housing and affordable housing options. So on the screen, you can see how the fees for our two example land uses kind of compared today's fees. You can see the $4,149 for single family home with the staff recommendation that would increase to $5,398. And again, for the tasting room, a similar increase from $40,000 to about $69,000 for that 2,000 square foot tasting room. And I want to stress just on the next slide, we still have kind of the Nexus study that would still fund the 17 projects. It still provides you with the ability, if you want to, at a future date, to increase the impact fee program. You can raise it all the way to that maximum level that we shared back in July. But again, going to the next slide, the staff recommendation is really to set the impact fee at a quarter of that maximum eligible fee. And so on this kind of second to last slide that I have to present here, just wanted to talk about the pros and cons, because of course we did get mixed input when we came in July, and we've really tried to come up with a proposal that really honors kind of the totality of that feedback that we heard. So, kind of that balance, what we're trying to strike here. One, while charging the maximum fee would definitely generate more revenue to advance projects, it would impact development in the city, and in particular, small businesses were a concern. The staff recommended fee does necessitate additional revenues to fund transportation projects. It certainly doesn't generate as much from impact fees. However, it would keep Woodinville a competitive development market for all uses, and is more consistent with making middle housing options affordable. So that's kind of the pros and cons we're trying to balance, and we'd certainly welcome your feedback. My last slide here is just kind of our next steps in the process are really to kind of listen to you tonight, hopefully incorporate your feedback into a proposal, and return with an ordinance and program for draft introduction and then adoption. So that's all I have for tonight.
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
I was wondering if you could tell me, what are the communities that charge more than 25% in the King County, like our neighboring region? Who charges more than 25%?
Many do. I would say the majority of impact fee programs I've seen kind of in that kind of 25%. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I would say I'm familiar with other programs, for example, Bothell, Kirkland, et cetera. I think they're closer to charging a higher percentage than 25% of the rate.
And have you seen that they have had limited construction because of those impact fees? So one of your presentation points was that if you have them too high, people won't develop. Just anecdotally, I think Bothell and Kirkland are some of the highest construction markets that we've seen. Is the Woodinville market so different that we would need to decrease these fees? Because if Bothell and Kirkland, who are right next to us, have these higher fees and they're sustainable there, why wouldn't they be sustainable here?
I don't know if staff wanted to I have some thoughts, but I definitely want to give you guys some opportunity to speak to that.
I think that, and again, this is just making an assumption versus having, done a thorough analysis or evaluation on Bothell and Kirkland's permits when they did go with the increased fees. It's just for town or city our size, for the capital improvement projects that we are doing, it's different than compared to Bothell and Kirkland. We are doing $18-20 million project in finishing up design and permitting. So I think that the impact, and I may, as I said, I'm trying to understand how that would be different, is that there's more spread versus for us to fund those projects in terms of at our scale. And so maybe they have a better absorbing capacity than the city does. So again, this is purely based on the assumption, based on the projects that they are doing, the scale and the funding.
I think what I would add to that, just two things. Different fee environments. So all of these different cities have different types of fees they charge. Impact fees are just one piece of that equation. So I know staff was being mindful of all the different fees that our development is facing. The second piece of that is thinking about the jobs to housing balance. And I think thinking about what is the nature of development that comes into Woodinville, how might it be different? Is it potentially less residential in nature than those other communities? So those were a few of the factors that were discussed.
So a point, unfortunately, the room's kind of cleared, but I wanted to make that, so Woodinville is unique in that we get 53%, correct me if I'm wrong, roughly 53% of our operating budget comes from businesses, from sales taxes. My memory is that Bothell is somewhere, as an example, somewhere around 30%. We need to support our small businesses. So whatever council decides to adjust this to needs to be mindful that if we don't support our small businesses and those sales taxes, we would have to raise property taxes to operate the city. And we haven't raised the city property taxes since 2017 with no plans to do it in the near future because of our small businesses. So when we adjust this to whatever we adjust it, it has to be at a point where it doesn't, that people are contributing to our traffic impact fees, but also not at a level where we're killing small business that actually will have sales taxes forever. So let's be very mindful of what we decide to do here. And we do need to support our small businesses. And I'll go back to what I said before. We need to do something about affordable commercial and smaller units, and look at having office space on second floors and developments and other ideas. And there's probably 10 more that I'm not thinking about or I don't know about that we could forward as a council to preserve our small business. But there is a number that we could adjust this to where we just won't get business development. And that would be a problem because businesses pop up here, and they've been popping up a lot. I go to many ribbon cuttings for new businesses here all the time. Woodinville is a very desirable place to have a business, live, work, and we need to preserve that because our businesses are the backbone, our small businesses are the backbone of Woodinville, and allow us to do some of the cool things that we're doing. So, Councilmember Arndt.
Thank you. I know when we spoke about this last time, I was thinking that we should be somewhere in the middle range, you know, in line with our peer cities around us. And since that time, I've had some conversations with city staff and with the Woodinville Chamber of Commerce. And just they've been able to highlight to me how impactful that fee raise would be on business in the city, and how impactful that then would be on our bottom line as a city and our business environment here. So I'm definitely more in favor of that lower rate as recommended by staff. I would like to see the fee structure include a fee exemption process for affordable housing at the lowest levels. So maybe not for the 80% AMI, but certainly anything below 50% AMI, particularly because those units, if they ever get built in the city, are much less likely to generate multiple trips a day and adding to our transportation needs.
Councilman Evans, you good? Just checking because I don't look up the screen often.
Yeah, I can weigh in on this as well. So I agree with Councilmember Arndt. I would like to see a carve out for affordable below the 50% AMI, and maybe in some chunks from the like 35 to 50 gets a certain exemption, and 0 to 30 is potentially fully exempt. But I'd also like to know what other people have, or what other jurisdictions have done for affordable commercial, for things like incubation areas or special growth areas, and if that's even possible, or if we have to have some sort of program in place before we can think about that.
I have been working with City of Shoreline on their transportation impact fee program. They elected to exempt it's pretty large range of businesses. What I would share is, while they're exempting those businesses from paying impact fees, the vast majority of those businesses, the city has to reimburse those fees. So it's a policy decision, and you absolutely have that policy call, but it reduces the revenues that they charge. So it's less going into transportation. They've defined, they have to essentially reimburse the transportation impact fee program for any uses they're choosing to exempt, except for those that are allowed in state law. The affordable housing provision that council members have brought up, that's absolutely allowed in state law. And affordable preschool is also a provision. Other types of businesses, generally, you would have to pay back for that exemption.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
So the funding source beyond the impact fees, where does the remainder of that money come from? What funds can we pull from? Obviously, general fund and the roads fund, which comes from TIF, but what other funding sources do we get the money to make up the balance of these transportation projects?
I can at least, we have grants that we use grants for a lot of our construction projects.
We have a presentation actually coming up pretty shortly after on this, but the bucket, right? We've got grants, sales tax from construction. What else am I missing, Blaine?
REIT is dedicated towards CIP activities as well. Those are the main sources. There's some other smaller sources.
We have like stormwater fees that we collect for stormwater projects. So,
and the park levy that we get from King County and some other things. But by and large, REIT would be the other big player.
Now, are there any funds that we're prohibited from using for transportation-related improvements?
Out of the ones that I just listed?
No, out of any of the funds, any of the other funds. Are those the exclusive funds that we're allowed to draw from? Is that an inclusive list of what we can draw transportation funds from?
With the exception of like the park levy and some of the stormwater stuff, yes.
Any other questions, comments? I'll just, we're going to talk about it a little bit, but I'll just go back on that, is that councils work very hard to go after grants from first ever from the federal level, state level, county. We've acquired almost $22 million in grants over the last 2 years that we're using mostly for infrastructure, most of it. We got stuff for our parks, trails, roads, bridges, stage, biking. I'm probably missing some, but that again allows us to operate at a level that a city of our size, 15,000 with 50 staff, shouldn't be operating at. So we need to be careful when we're trying to compare ourselves to cities that are 3 times or 10 times larger, because those are economies of scale that they can operate at. Little Woodinville is not at that level. So again, I would encourage us to, my vote, my wish is that we catch up with inflation, and that I guess it's CPI going forward is what the proposal is. Is that CPI urban, CPI wage? Is that?
There's lots of options that we can choose there. I think we called out one in the staff report.
Okay, so I think having it tied to an inflationary rate, so we're not having to catch up abruptly is a good idea. So I'd like to see us at a staff recommended level that's not going to kill small businesses. We continue to get sales taxes to support our city and show our appreciation to small businesses, and but we also get a contribution to our growing traffic needs. So any other questions, discussion? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
We open up a public hearing for our biennial budget. Do I have a motion?
I move to open a public hearing on the 2025-2026 Woodinville biennial budget, including revenue sources and possible property tax increase as part of the biennial budget review.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, public hearing is open. Do we have anybody signed up? Or we have a presentation first, I'm sorry. Presentation first and then go to sign up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I'm actually gratified that some of the audience decided to stick around for my presentation on revenues. I'm so excited.
Mr. Fritz, not as excited as we are. Sorry.
So every biennial cycle we start the budgeting process off with a review of revenue sources. The objective is to give you a base understanding of the money that's coming in. You know, is it growing? Is it shrinking? So that you can make decisions when it comes to the proposed budget, which would be presented in October by the city manager. And decide whether or not the budget needs to be modified in a variety of ways. It could be a reduction of expenditures or an increase in revenues one way or another. So this is just the beginning of the conversation, and then we'll have a few other meetings later on. Just to start off the whole conversation about revenues, we'll look at some of the economic news. From a U.S. perspective, overall U.S. economy is expected to lose momentum over the remainder of this year. However, the current prevailing opinion is that we will not land into a recession. We'll achieve that soft landing that the Fed was hoping for as they move into a stage where they start cutting rates. They're highly anticipated for them to cut rates starting in September. And again, the prevailing opinion is that they'll cut rates by 75 basis points by the end of the year. Of course, this is all crystal ball stuff, and economists are never right. They're forecasting. It's an educated guess based upon imperfect information. The national unemployment rate is 4.3%. I almost said 43%. That would be awful. The GDP in quarter 3 of this year is expected to fall down to somewhere between 0.6% and 2%, with an annualized GDP of 2%. On a more localized look at the economy, Washington's current unemployment rate is 4.9%. The Puget Sound area unemployment rate is 4.7%. From a housing prices component, housing prices are up, and this is it's still an issue of low inventory with moderate demand. That I suspect that demand will increase as interest rates continue to drop. The Seattle area housing prices year over year from June to June rose by 6.6%, according to the Case-Shiller Index. This year through June, the average price of a home, and I'm talking about a single-family residence house, excluding townhomes and condos, in Woodinville was $1.4 million. That's based off of sales reports I get from King County to share with me our REIT revenues. And then King County Assessor's Office provides a median home values report, and median home values, which would include townhomes and condos, so there's the difference in values for you. From 2022 went from 817,000 to 931,000 in 2024. The city's sales tax revenues increased 4.8% over 2022 in the year 2023, and we'll have to wait and see how 2024 plays out. So now we'll dive into the revenues piece. It's broken out into two sections: restricted revenues and unrestricted revenues. The general fund is the keeper of most of the unrestricted revenues that we receive, but not every revenue that we receive in the general fund is unrestricted. So for example, we receive a small amount of sales tax that has to go to criminal justice activities and so on. But our major unrestricted revenue sources are sales tax, property tax, utility tax, and in the last couple of years, and for the next couple of years for sure, it will also be investment earnings. Some of the smaller players would be gambling tax, and then grants and state shared revenues, charges for services, which would include things like passport fees and that kind of stuff, and fines and forfeitures. So we're going to be looking at the major revenue sources here, and this is a trend line since the city was incorporated. The gray vertical bars are the periods of recession that the city has gone through during its history. The first one is the early 2000s recession. The second one is the Great Recession that hit in 2008, and then the COVID recession that hit in February of 2020. The gray bars widths are intended to kind of depict the official duration of each of those recessions. One of the things that impacted Woodinville was significantly when it came to revenues, was the fact that both the Great Recession hit at the same time that Washington State transitioned from origin-based sales tax revenues to destination-based. So now where a product is delivered or sold is where the tax is remitted to, whereas before, if a trust was built here in the city, regardless of where it was shipped to, the sales tax would have been received here. And you can see it had a huge, those two things in combination had a huge impact on our revenue stream. But over the years, we've been able to build it back up. However, in 24, you can see I'm forecasting flat revenue. That was actually exactly what I predicted for this process 2 years ago. So I guess I can be right on occasion with my crystal ball. But for 25 and 26, it's still flat. And in 26, it goes down. Now, if you recall, out of all the different economic sectors that generate sales tax from construction is one of them, and we carve that out of our sales tax and we reserve it specifically for CIP activity. And the reason why we do that is that sales tax for construction is volatile. If you look at it on a trend line over time, it has lots of peaks and valleys, and that's not ideal for operating cost projections. So we move it into the CIP activity, which can handle that volatility a little bit better. That drop in 26 is actually because we're anticipating to see a drop in sales tax from construction revenue based upon current permit activity for 26. If I were to take out sales tax from construction out of this trend line, you would see 25 as flat and 26 growing by about 2% is the estimate. So here's a little bit more information on our sales tax. It's trend lines on our top 5 economic sectors within the city. And you can see that retail sales tax is our top performer and always has been. No one outperforms it. Construction is generally our second runner-up, and food service and accommodations is after that, wholesale trade, and then manufacturing. And the nice thing is that in recent years, all of them have been showing growth. And of course, in keeping with kind of my comment about flat, the one piece that is a little concerning is that from 2022 to 2023, our retail's trade for the first year in a while, excluding COVID from that statement, is flat. And so we want to see that continue to grow. We're going to move on to property tax. Property tax has a nice growth trend line here. I've got the arrows in here for you on the years. I didn't provide increases beyond 2006, but in 2006 we had a property tax increase, and then in 2010 we had a property tax decrease, and then 2015 and 2017 the city council availed themselves of the 1% councilmanic property tax increase. Other than that, since 2006, other than those two increases, and conversely with a decrease in 2010, the city council has not increased property tax. So why has it grown? It's grown through new value being added into the land value through construction and improvements. And in fact, the estimate is to, I've got a real rough number from King County in terms of an estimated new assessed value into our market for 2025, and it's significant. It provides for a 3% growth in 2025, and I have mild growth of 1% in 2026. Utility tax is one of our most stable revenue sources. It's brings in about $1 million a year, and I don't anticipate it growing in the next biennium. I do think it's important to point out to the council that this is one area where, again, we are a low leader on this particular taxing authority. We are the second lowest city in the county of the surveyed cities, there were 36 or 26 surveyed cities this year in 2024. And of those, 4 cities don't charge a utility tax at all. So they're all tied for first. We're second with electric, power and light, and natural gas at 2%, and then telephone and garbage at 4%. Most cities are charging the maximum allowable for the telephone, the natural gas, and the electric power, which is 6%. And they're charging, on average of those 26 cities, the average garbage tax is 8%, and there's one city at the highest at 18%. So if this council or any council were to say, you know, we have a desire to increase our level of service, and so we need to find new revenues, this is one of the areas I would be turning to and recommending to council to consider changing is potentially increasing some of these taxes. Development services revenues trend line looks more like a crosscut of the Cascade Mountain Range. It's very difficult to predict and highly volatile depending on the current market and market conditions. You'll note that there is a big spike in 2022. That's when the city decided to change its fee structure, which included a whole new priority set to fully fund the permitting process through fees, as opposed to providing any kind of subsidy of that permitting and development process. So that's why that, coupled with the activity that we were seeing in the city at the time, is why it spiked so much in 22, 23, and why it remains so high in 24, 25, and 26. One other note about this, despite it remaining high, I do anticipate seeing a deficit in the second year of our biennial budget. So what I mean by a deficit is we'll be bringing in less money than we're paying out in that second year for permitting activity. But as a reminder, when we came up with this fee strategy, it's a cyclical strategy. And so we're looking at 5 to 7 year periods. And over the course of the last 4 years, we've built up a reserve to absorb the impact of those downward trends. So it's appropriate for us to run, to expend more in some years than we are actually taking in. We designed it to work that way. Investment earnings is the new champion of the season. We started our investment program in 2018, where we take reserves and we invest them in long-term holdings as opposed to the short-term holdings of the LGIP, Local Government Investment Pool. And for quite a long time, because of the current market conditions, we were having marginal success in bringing in significant earnings. But with the current rates the way they are, we anticipate generating about $3 million over the next biennium in interest earnings, which will not all of it, but a significant portion of that gets dedicated to operating activity. Investment earnings on things like money that's held in REIT or in TIF, those earnings have to stay in those particular buckets. So as an overview for operating revenues, sales tax revenue excluding construction, if you would look at a trend line that way, you would see a 2.9% increase in 2025, but that's only because there was a large refund provided by DOR to a business located within the city, and And so that creates an anomaly in the trend where it makes it look like 2025 is growing when it's actually projected to be flat. However, I am projecting a 2% increase in 26. Property tax revenues are forecasted with a biennial growth of 2%. Development services revenues are expected to decline by about 1.3 million. Utility tax revenues are anticipated to remain flat, and investment earnings, again, are providing about 3 million for the biennium. Restricted revenues. This is not a comprehensive list of restricted revenues. The big players in the restricted revenue bucket are real estate excise tax, or REIT, park impact fees sometimes, and traffic impact fees, surface water management fees. So we'll take a look at those. Real estate excise tax has done really well in 23 and 22. Well, actually 22 was its record year, in 21. 23 and 24 are looking okay, and we're anticipating similar performance in 25 and 26. Traffic and park impact fees, highly volatile again, hard to predict. It's all dependent upon the current market and when developers actually pull the trigger to build. So our standard operating procedure is not to budget to use these funds until they're in the bank. And so despite the fact that I'm projecting significantly high traffic impact fees in 26 and moderately high park impact fees in 2025, we wouldn't be recommending to council that we plan to build anything with those funds until we see those funds. And then surface water management fees. This is both operating and fees that are dedicated to CIP activity, all lumped together. And you'll notice a big spike in 2001. This is, again, we had the fees set at the same rate for, well, it was like 15 years. So we went out in 2020 and did a fee study. In 21, council approved the fee study, which changed the rate for surface water management fees. And then in 23, we converted the rate to a whole new process where instead of a flat rate, it's based upon a certain unit. And so that little hiccup in revenues where it dropped a little bit in 23 was because of the change in rate structure. But it's climbing in 24 because we budgeted for a small increase to that new rate structure per the plan that was adopted by council in 2021. And we're recommending to increase fees again by CPI. I'm estimating, I did 3.6% in 2025, and I'm estimating 3% in 2026. So for restricted revenues, I'll come back to the first bullet, but REIT is forecasted to provide a moderate support to the city's CIP program, and compared to the last couple of years. And impact fees are forecasted forecasted for record returns in 26 and 25. But again, we don't want to plan to use it until we have it for those particular fees, would be our recommendation. SST, streamlined sales tax mitigation funds. They're not, we've been receiving them for years, since 2008. from the state. It was negotiated with all of the cities impacted with the change of origination versus destination-based sales tax. And it's morphed over the years. If you were to go talk to a state representative, they would have a different name for it now. But all of that is really meaningless. It's still really mitigation funds. And in 2026, it sunsets. It's over. And we won't be getting those revenues anymore. We've been dedicating those revenues to CIP activity for years, again, because we knew that at some point it would go away, and the CIP program can handle that better than the operating program. So we get to wave goodbye to those funds. And what's next? We'll be recommending a budget in October. We've been working hard on that since June.
Blaine, we have a question. Deputy Mayor Randolph.
Sorry, can you go back one slide? I was looking at the SST that you were saying going away, and I was wondering, do we have an actual number that you can share for?
Sure. It's been about 400,000 a year. No, excuse me, 400,000 a biennium for the last 4 years. And it's going to be about 300,000 of revenue in the next biennium, and then it's gone.
Okay, thank you.
When we were originally getting it, it was $1 million.
And this is just a little bit more background. This was one that, again, as Blaine mentioned, was negotiated when we made that change. It had actually been set to expire some years ago, and we were one of the entities lobbying for some continuation of that. We got a couple more years out of it, but we've definitely come to the end of writing that. So,
well, at least it decelerated to kind of get us off the hook.
So the city manager will be presenting his budget in October. Along with that budget will come a series of meetings. So we'll have a public hearing in October. We'll have a public hearing in November, at which time we'll need to decide what we want to do with property taxes. They have to be levied every year if we want to continue to receive them. So we'll have an ordinance for that. We'll have a fee resolution ordinance, which would include changes to the fees. We'll do, I see that Councilmember Evans has a question.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Evans.
That's okay. I was going to let you finish, Blaine. I just wanted to know, do we have a reason why we are the second lowest charging for utility taxes? Was there a discussion or a specific decision on that?
It all predates me long before. So, I mean, I can guess at the reason, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, so maybe it's just been there for a long time. Okay, thank you. I was just wondering because it seems like everybody else has gone up around us, and we've just stayed at 2 or 4%.
I can say that everybody else was higher than us since I've been working for the city, which has started in 2011. And I know that we've pointed that out to councils in the past. So I think that, that's the most information I have as to the why it is the way it is. Okay, so additional ordinances would include a budget ordinance, a salary and benefits ordinance, amendments to the current budget, and then we are also going to include an amendment to the valuation tables, which is applicable to permit fees. As opposed to adjusting a lot of the permit fees, we're going to adjust the valuation tables to more current tables, which will have an inflationary impact on the fees. And before you proceed on this motion, of course, you need to take public testimony, and I'm also happy to answer any additional questions.
Any questions for Mr. Fritz? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. It's very good. We have one person sign up for public comment, Alex Campbell.
Thank you, Alex Campbell. I live inside the city limits. I actually am glad you brought up the destination-based sales tax. That was going to be my primary comment, but that does set us up for an interesting point. As we talk about our overall finances, 2/3 of the revenue is coming from sales tax, and everyone knows that. It's great. Lets us keep our property tax low, lets us fund things. But that is sales tax on retail. And considering the conversations we've had about lost retail businesses, especially Molbech's, we are seeing a lot of decrease. This year is, in fact, a decrease for this biennium. It's also important to consider that when I say it's retail, it is truly retail. Someone has to carry away the product from here. So while we have a number of very successful industrial businesses, I can think of Saltworks as a good example, which was because I know the name, they don't have a storefront. People don't carry things away from there, so they don't basically generate sales tax. They are shipping it. If we had an IKEA, for some reason, people would carry those items away and we would get the sales tax, but if they ordered it to be shipped, we wouldn't. A good comparison is, in fact, the wineries. Our wine production facilities count as that kind of industrial where when they pack up a case of wine and ship it to someone who has a wine, what are those called? Club. That doesn't get a sales tax. But if someone comes in and carries out that case, it's very important to us because it helps us out. And where I'm going with this, I've got plenty of time, but I'll try to cut it to a reasonable length here. Everything we do that slows down or makes it harder for someone to go to a retail store, pick up an item, and leave with it actually hurts our bottom line. So every time we hear about, oh, we're going to reduce the parking in Woodland Creek Phase 5 by 12%, or we're going to paint the lines a little narrower on the parking lots, or we're going to have a little bit more congestion, but that's okay. That's all actually hitting the bottom line in the end. And so we need to be very careful as we go forward on development agreements to think about the effects 5-10 years down the road. I plan to still be here. I'm not renting. And that means that when I look at my property tax go up every year, I realize it's going to do that. It's going to always do that. I'd rather, though, that it's not because we made bad decisions and basically cost the entire city the future. Yeah, I get it. Property tax will go up. But let's try to hold it off as long as we can, especially now that I know there's a sunsetting of that $400,000 a year that we've been getting. That's kind of a nice chunk of money. So with that in mind, I just wanted to put that in everyone's mind and kind of get you thinking back to the earlier conversations about retail and how important it is that we drive lots of small retail that people can walk into and walk out of. Thank you.
Ate again. I figure since I stayed this whole way, I need to wake myself up. Just a quick idea. So as a behaviorist, I teach my kiddos that we can have 4 different relationships with a problem. We can be a problem creator, a problem stater, a problem solver, or a problem preventer. And so as I look at the budget, because I'm a money person, if most of your income is coming in through retail, and your small businesses are we have Target and we have a couple, bigger retailers, but a lot of it is small. I wonder, and I don't know because I don't have much spare time, so I don't stay on top of things. I work 12 hours a day. I'm self-employed. Has anyone from the city done anything to reach out to all these owners, have a gathering of them, especially those small business owners, say, what can we do? What would help you make more money? Because the more money they make, the more money you guys are making, right? So what do they need? Do they need to have someone facilitate collaboration to share good marketing business ideas? Do they need help with advertising to know who is in walking distance, what those communities are, connecting them with the condominiums and the apartment buildings and the homeowners associations to let them know? I just wonder if we're looking at how to make up some money, are we looking at our big source and seeing how can we increase that? And maybe thinking outside the box about, I hate to see the percentages go up on utilities because they're a necessity. They're a necessity for your low-income King County housing that's back behind Target and in those apartments. They're a necessity for every single person. We don't have a choice. We need water, we need electricity, we need it. And that would be the worst thing for me to see go up. I'd rather see how can we help the retailers, the business owners make more so that everyone's succeeding. They're succeeding and the city's succeeding. And I don't know, let's be creative. Let's ask them, maybe you have call a meeting where you invite those people there to say, what do you need? And have them collaborate with each other and build that brainstorming together of what would help. That's my feedback.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing none, we have a motion.
I move to continue the public hearing on the 2025 through 2026 Woodinville biennial budget to October 15th, 2024 in the Woodinville City Hall or at 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter it can be heard.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I look forward to carrying on this conversation. As mentioned, our small businesses are important to us. We do have lots of conversations with the Chamber of Commerce. We're having economic development discussions, how to diversify our economy, not just be reliant on wine tasting and Target, as you mentioned. And we are having conversations on smaller retail and affordable commercial. So all of that's in support of some of the stuff that's been mentioned. So I look forward to having a continued discussion on that. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Councilmember Evans?
Aye.
Councilmember Edwards?
Aye.
Councilmember Best-Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Millman?
Yes.
Councilmember Arndt?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Business item number 13, review of draft response letter for King County's Northeast Recycling and Transfer Station Socioeconomic Impact Assessment Report and Wetland Delineation Response Letter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. We do not have a presentation on this item this evening. I think the letters both speak for themselves, and Council obviously is well versed on this issue, having dealt with it for a number of years now, and a number of these letters. These particular ones that we have in your packet for consideration and possible approval this evening, we have two. One of them is our response, less analysis, more response to the purported socioeconomic analysis that was done by the county on the nurse citing decision, of which we found many, many flaws. And I think we've discussed that with council, and I've shared that in a weekly report. And then the second is pointing out some related issues, not to the socioeconomic, but about the probably more related to the ongoing EIS process. And this is particularly about the critical areas and some of the comments we've had from the staff there at the county, that some of the initial data that we'd submitted on the wetland delineations on the Woodinville site were outdated. We argued that was not the case. And in fact, the property owner recently conducted a more current analysis of that and found, in fact, that they have grown since that previous one. So, again, conveying that information as it may be helpful in the EIS process, hopefully.
Any questions? Councilmember Best-Campbell.
So reading through the article, there's a lot of words and not a lot of numbers, and I can't remember when it was. Was it February when we had the income tax hit that was going to go to both the city and the county? It would be nice if we had those numbers again, as if the numbers are going to go to King County, but also to the county council. It's nice to have the numbers there. I also would like to see something in there about how this is going to affect the farms downstream. People don't generally like having water that's potentially, contaminated with whatever it is from the NERTs in the organic produce that they're growing. So these are issues that are really important to the county executive and the county council. I think we have to be very precise and hit them with the things that they claim to care most about. So numbers matter. It's hard to argue with numbers. We've done, I can't remember which one of our consultants had done that analysis, but it was something along the lines of $13 million lost revenue to the county. There was lost revenue to the city. NERTs, or the King County Solid Waste didn't talk about that at all. So the fact that we have that data, I think that this is the perfect time to shove it into that letter. So if we could add some more numbers and figures, I think, to the language, it would be more impactful, because I think bottom line, most councils are going to look at the numbers. And if we have numbers that are unassailable, but also really look bad, that's terrible. It's also worth noting that we do have some very small minority businesses in the valley. The people who grow our flowers are Hmong, and that is a very, very small group of minority growers in the valley, but they are still very much at risk. And again, this is something that the county really likes to focus on. So I think we need to hit them exactly where they live, and that's what their rhetoric is. So if we could see that, that would be just lovely.
Councilmember Arndt?
I would just echo the sentiment that I think we need to be looking at the county council members and the county executive as the recipient of this letter. I think it's really obvious from the work that solid waste is doing that they are not taking our feedback on board or taking us seriously when we're calling into question some of these things. So I think adjusting and assuring that we're looking at the county council and the executive at this point for our comments. The only thing I can say about solid waste is I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed at this point, so.
Anybody else? Yeah, just a couple of notes that I took. We have reached out recently. We had a meeting with King County Executive and explained, and I think he was he left that meeting, I think he was pretty impressed and more knowledgeable than when we arrived on what the issues are. I had an opportunity to speak with 2 King County council members fairly recently about the transfer station, and one of them wasn't even aware that they would have to buy the property or eminent domain the property, and they were caught off guard with that. So I think that was a good conversation to be had. By the end, I think they were in opposition to the siting in Woodinville, which is good. I think that we owe some thanks to Matthews Lumber, who actually asked for and paid for that wetlands, the current wetland study. The old wetland study, King County seemed to want to just ignore that and say, I think the statement was it's not wetlands anymore. And I'm like, that's not really how that works, because they came out there during the drought season of the summer and said it's not wetlands anymore. And I was like, that's, so we owe some thanks for them because they own a large chunk over there. I think we've highlighted, and I just want to put it in my notes, that at one point they were asking for 8 acres, and anything underneath that was not suitable. And when they said there's not wetlands and it met that criteria, then now that there's wetlands, I think we're underneath that criteria. We've spent hundreds of thousands at least, probably, correct me if I'm wrong, in opposition so far, which is unfortunate because we could do more in our community with that. I've gently and diplomatically and professionally tried to highlight that I believe, and we've already hired legal representation in this process, but I also believe that we would, highly likely that we would probably look at legal action if it was cited in Woodinville. So there would be costs associated with that, as well as a delay in actually getting the project going. So all of those points aren't necessarily, all of them are socioeconomic, but I think most of those have an economic impact on what their decision is. I think that going forward, we probably should confirm, based on my last conversation, that King County council members are getting this information, because as my conversation last week was, I had one that wasn't even aware that they would have to purchase the property, which was a little alarming to me, because we've sent out emails and notifications. I've met with many of the King County council members citing that same thing, but I haven't met with all of them. So I think it behooves us to make sure that all of the King County council members are aware of that issue and what they would have to do and the cost in buying the property when they already own the property in Kirkland and they can improve it there. So, Councilmember Best-Campbell.
I just had one more thought. It's an odd thought, but bear with me. When you name an animal, it's harder to kill it. So if we name the businesses by name, I think it would be really, really hard for King County Council to say, yeah, but we're going to make sure that this particular business is going to be displaced. The other thing to consider is not just that the county council would have to vote to kill these businesses through eminent domain, but also the lengthy legal case that would ensue. And I can think of at least one gentleman who absolutely had said he would sue. So perhaps including just a little nugget in there of, in this particular case, we already have someone who is committed to dragging this out. I think naming it and calling these businesses out by name, how many people are employed, these are very, very difficult decisions that the county council will have to make. And when you have to kill a business that you know the name of, it makes it that much harder. So I'm not above playing dirty here.
Any other comments, discussion, questions? Seeing none.
Yep, I move that the council approve the proposed response letter with the amendments as recommended by Councilmember Arndt and Councilmember Best-Campbell regarding the King County Northeast Recycling and Transfer Station Socioeconomic Impact Assessment Report and Wetland Delineation.
Second.
A motion and a second. Maker of the motion, you have the floor.
We know that this fight is going to continue, so definitely making sure that we provide clarity. I think one of the things that I would lean on the side of is doing more letters than fewer. So I would not be against this going out just to say, hey, this is a focus on the wetland delineation. This is a focus on the socioeconomic impact. This is a focus on the businesses that would be lost. So if that would appease the council members who would like that amendment, I would definitely suggest that to City Manager Buchanan, just to make sure that we're pointing out multiple pieces and those King County council members are getting continuous feedback. This has not ended for Woodinville, and it won't end for Woodinville until we're done. So,
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
Just thinking about the fact that they're not reading our letters, is there some other way that we can get information to them? They're not really responsive. We've sent them letters before, and I'm frankly insulted that county council hasn't heard what we're talking about. So is there another avenue that we need to consider to get our point across? It's easy to avoid a letter and an email. Are we at a point now where we need to think of something else, something a little bit more drastic in terms of we're not asking the county to look at this information. They're going to be forced to look at this information. We've asked really nicely, and I think that the paper is being balled up and thrown into the recycling bin, much like they would like to throw that recycling bin here in Woodinville. So something to think about moving forward, a diplomatic approach that might be a little bit more firm, but we've tried it nice, and now it's time to, okay, we've asked you nicely, and as any parent will tell you, you asked the first time nicely, the second time is not so nice. I would like to see us be a little stronger. So if we have some strategies that we could look forward on that, I would really appreciate it.
You read my mind, singing telegram, we're on it, so, yeah. I agree, we'll try to come up with some other way. Oh, yes. We'll brainstorm on that.
I mean, if you're thinking of sending a bird or a pigeon, that would,
Yeah,
however you
skywriting,
want to
there's all
carry a
kinds
pigeon.
of, yeah. We'll come up with something.
Councilmember Edwards.
Just throwing this out there, the most effective way for a government entity to hear something is public comment. So along with saying a letter, everyone's free to go to their public meetings as well and make a public comment if they so choose as a private citizen, or even if the city wants to do that. So they have the option.
I've had several meetings with the King County Council, and I think I'm pretty good at reading where they're at on this stuff. When I said that one wasn't aware that they'd have to eminent domain, that wasn't a disparagement of that council member. It's just a point to illustrate that we we probably need to do better. I think there's 9 council members? That they would have to weigh in on the process, and I think there was some not understanding that for Woodinville, they would have to weigh in on the process in order to make that happen, and there's costs and ramifications to that. But I also, having met with them, I can tell you right now, there's a fine line between being pointed and professional and being bullying that won't be accepted well. So whatever we do, we can be pointed and point the facts out and be professional. But bullying would be the exact wrong way to work with our partners, because we going forward, we are going to need to work with King County in some capacity on lots of different things. So pointed and firm is one, but I would caution us to cross the line into a bullying, something that I know many of them right now, and they would not be friendly to us being unprofessional or bullying. So let's not cross that line.
I would offer, I think Councilmember Edwards makes a great point. We know, because it's our job to be informed on this stuff in council, that their socioeconomic study is garbage. But I don't think that the public, it's like 10:30 at this point. So I don't think the public widely knows that, right? And the solid waste certainly has not gone out of their way to publicize that socioeconomic study and solicit feedback. I think opposite of that, actually. So I think some effort on our part to do that for them might be helpful in garnering some of those public comments that I think do matter, and as all of you know, do matter to elected officials to hear from the constituents. So I think some encouragement of that on that front would be potentially one way to help move this needle a little bit.
And you can do that professionally at the same time.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Evans?
Aye.
Councilmember Edwards?
Aye.
Councilmember Best-Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Millman?
Aye.
Councilmember Arndt?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Final business item number 14. We were projected to be at 9:20, so we're not even close. Second reading and adoption of ordinance number 768, revising the authorized positions, pay ranges, and benefits for 2024. Mr. Fritz again.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. This particular staff item is a request to revise our current ordinance for staffing positions. Actually, it's to waive first reading and hold second reading and pass a new staffing ordinance. And what it does essentially is it makes a small change that has no budgetary impact. It creates a new position, an accounting assistant position that doesn't exist currently, and gives the city manager and me the ability to hire either an accounting assistant or an accounting specialist for that role. And it establishes the pay range for that new position at pay grade 5. And so the request from staff is that council pass this ordinance this evening.
And I'll add, just to be clear on this, when he says add a new position, this is a new either-or position. We previously had, Mr. Fritz, if you can go back up to the first page there, in the authorized number of positions in that accounting specialist, in your current ordinance today for this year, through the end of this year, we had 3. This would allow us the flexibility to hire some combination, but still keep that number at 3. The accounting assistant that he's talking about adding the new position would be at a lower pay grades, but not an additional position, if that makes sense. So we could hire one or the other, but not both, and have 3 of those positions, which is what we're currently authorized to today. This gives the flexibility, as Mr. Fritz mentioned, when the business need or the applicant pool calls for it, that we can hire at that lower classification and eventually train up, hopefully, to an accounting specialist. But it does not add new net bodies to the authorized positions in the city.
What, since it's not having a budgetary effect or new bodies, what's triggered that you need to come to us for this request? What is in there that brings this to us?
So the council needs to approve the creation of a staff position that didn't exist before. And that's really what's driving.
Yeah, I think if I'm understanding your question right, the why this change is because I think, and Mr. Fritz can add to this, I think we found that the business need isn't always there to have that elevated, that the 3 accounting specialists. There may be some portion of what Mr. Fritz does in his department that could be met at least on a temporary basis while we train and develop staff talent by a lower level position as that accounting assistant rather than the higher level as the accounting specialist.
So basically for you as city manager and you, Mr. Fritz, this is just added flexibility?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I move that the council waive first reading, pass second reading, and adopt ordinance number 768, repealing ordinance 759, revising the authorized employee position pay ranges and benefits for 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Maker of the motion, do you wish to comment?
It's a change in one position and offers us flexibility. I'm happy to do it. I guess we need it. Let's go forward.
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
Just because it's budget and it's kind of my thing that I need to talk about now, can we look forward to a full salary survey in the next, I don't know, however many, obviously not between the end of the, but now and the end of the year, but are we going to get that comprehensive survey so that we can make sure that all these positions are positioned correctly, that all of the acts and programs that we installed are working the way that we want them to work, and if they're not, how do we improve them, and if they're working really well, how do we extend them? Is that something that is on our radar for funding for the new year?
You're asking at 11 o'clock at night when I know we've had a lot of conversations about budget, so I don't remember the specifics on it at the moment, but I know we've had that conversation.
Right, so the answer is probably?
I believe it's in the proposed executive budget. I'm giving the head nod from the back table, but I haven't reviewed that budget yet, and I haven't shared it with the city manager yet, so that's where we're at.
So the answer is either yes or no, but we're...
So the answer is it's a surprise? It's a surprise, okay.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Evans?
Aye.
Councilmember Edwards?
Aye.
Councilmember Best-Campbell?
Yes.
Mayor Millman?
Yes.
Councilmember Arndt?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Randolph?
Aye.
Motion passes. Reports to the city manager. You got a big boatload of stuff, right?
Do you want to do public comments first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comments. Yes, I do. Do we have public comments? Work with me. I'm trying to speed it. Same rule, public comment. When I call your name, come to the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes. Announce if you live within the city limits. Matthew Suarez.
Perfect timing. Thank you guys again for your time today. Apologies for any type of disruption when we're leaving before. We have little kids to put to sleep for school tomorrow. We're people. We're not very surprised by the way that things were voted, but something that definitely caught my attention here was a commitment by many people here across the line that said, we're moving this through, but we don't want it to move further, and we're really looking forward to seeing where that rubber meets the road, and there's also actions behind that. It was a little bit disappointing because we had Kim Faust, who's the co-president and chief development officer, as well as her right hand being a project manager here. That's the first time that we've ever had any glimpse of the people that are actually making these movements, and there's been zero communication between us. We spoke about this previously and having open communication. It's non-existent, and I think that's something that really should be brought into consideration. Very proud to be living in a democratic country. I think that's extremely, extremely important. But something that really stood out to me was the fact that we had scores of people, 100 people, for argument's sake, saying, no, don't do something. We had 2 people, Main Street, representatives of Main Street, representatives of West Point's, the 2 people that are making money off the situation, say, yes, do it. And then we have a supposedly impartial city council that's supposed to vote in our best interest. I don't see how that math adds up. I have to call out the elephant in the room. It's a little bit uncouth to talk about money, but let's talk about money. It's public knowledge, but every council member makes about $1,000 a month. I think the mayor makes $1,200 or $1,400 a month. It's a great responsibility for a small amount of pay, so we appreciate your contributions. It really brings into question when somebody with big pockets could come into a town like Woodinville and sway the entire movement and direction of the city. I had many businesses in real estate back east. Main Street is not the only entity that does this. This is happening in many adjacent to major metropolitan regions that private equity groups come in, buy up the town, and turn it upside down. In the city that I was in, the mayor went to jail for 7 years. 2 of the city council members were disbarred, and there was a lot of malfeasance that was at play. I expect that none of that is happening here. However, if everyone was able to say, we're going to pass this with an assurance that we're going to also protect these businesses, I very much look forward to you guys coming through and committing on those assurances. I think talk is cheap at the end of the day. We are your constituents. You're supposed to be voting in our interests, and I look forward to giving you guys the opportunity to fulfilling on those duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Julio Ortiz.
Hi, Julio Ortiz, live in Winterville. So I don't want to sound repetitive. I think I've expressed and I've explained how I feel about this decision. I still think it's very dangerous for us, very dangerous for our business. The fact that it was said here that it wasn't going to affect our business and it wasn't going to create a domino effect, we still have to see that because obviously the city council members didn't come up with the idea or any vote or any way that you're going to protect that. It's very good to just turn around and say, well, we're going to protect your business. Yeah, no problem. So what do I have to do? And I want to say it. I don't want to say it loud. What do I have to do? Do I have to fill up? How many times do I have to fill up this room to get my business and the 12 businesses in Old Town protected? So what do I have to do? Do I have to keep an eye on you, each of you, and try to figure it out? Oh, tomorrow you're going to decide to vote this way. You're going to vote that way. You're going to get childish. I mean, I was sitting down outside there watching all of the conversation that you were having about all these topics. And you know what? There was no pressure between you guys. You guys had a great relationship. You guys had really good conversation and everything was fine. On TV, I was watching it. So we come in here and we fill up this room, and then all of a sudden you guys just behave like childs. You start fighting with each other. I agree with this, I don't disagree with that. And it's just amazing. It's really childish to see that. And it's very important to understand that it's all about saving businesses. It's all about saving Woodinville. It's all about not having a lot of traffic. It's all about protecting a corner or a traffic light that has been forever having problems with the amount of cars that he has on it. So it's plain blank. And I don't want to sound repetitive again, but this is my 3rd time I'm here with all of these people supporting me and supporting the business. I mean, come on, you guys have to take into consideration your people because we are your people. You represent us. And I'm extremely disappointed. And all of the decisions that have been made towards the topic of the business in Old Town, because I still don't have a resolution. So I'm gonna go home today, and I still don't have anything. I think I still don't have anything in writing. I don't have anything legal, because everything gotta be back for the technicality of this and that and all the stuff. So it's all papers. It's all papers, and at the end, we don't follow through with what we're doing. So, thank you.
Alex Campbell.
Good evening, Alex Campbell. I live in the city limits, and once again, hard to follow. I'll come back to the couple of facts, because I actually came tonight with quite a long list of things to talk about, and I missed a bunch, and unfortunately, it feels like they could have helped you a bit. First, a point. If this is about affordability, stop Chateau Saint Michel's building permits immediately until you enforce an affordability requirement. You're about to allow McMansions to be built. I think it's 40, 80, and you're talking about 4 townhomes.
Under code. They're building them under code.
Duval, when they needed to pause their development in 2010, they did so, and they were able to do a moratorium on all building permits for I think they did 6 months and then extended it another 6. You only need 6 to pass to give yourself time to pass a requirement to require affordability in those townhomes, in those new mansions. Traffic, a lot of talk about traffic. The traffic analysis that was done took into account the constructions that was already approved. Therefore, the conversation about the failing intersections already included West Point. So yes, you're gonna reduce the traffic maybe, and I'll talk to that more in a moment, but it was a little disingenuous, I think, to continue using fear constantly that way. But if we're gonna use fear, and I do work in security, so my brain is wired to think about how things can be misused. The ordinance as written is a big loophole. It's an enormous loophole. It never says townhomes. That means that when Main Street comes in here and says we have a development agreement, and oh, by the way, it's gonna be a 3-story apartment complex, but they get 3 stories of pure apartments. They can do it. Yes, it's a DA required, but they have 5 years to, they basically have forever to wait you out. They can do it anytime they want. The other piece of that is the DA for West Point does not go away. It is not dead. You pass this amendment, this change. Main Street now owns that DA. Anytime in the next 5 years, when the council's turned over, they'll roll in here and do a 5-story pure apartment complex. Yes, I'm thinking worst possible outcomes. Yes, you can shake your head at me, Mr. Millman, but it is a possibility, and you've done nothing in this code to protect that. So design the code with strong language, not this weak loopholes, and then I will stop worrying about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're on to reports to City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Just a couple items. One of them, and I'll give credit to Mr. O'Neill behind me. Oh, yes. Thank you. That's my second item. As well as the rest of the staff today, we had an orientation in our still under construction, I'll say, Emergency Operations Center that's over at the Public Works Shop. That I think went really well. It is nice to have a space that is dedicated to that. And Mr. O'Neill and other staff is still working to build that out. Good first step, though. We pointed out a lot of issues I think that we can still work and refine, so we're going through that process, and I feel good about progress on an EOC. The second one, and this is the one that Mr. O'Neill just distributed, this is a letter we recently received, I received in mid-August from Lucy DeYoung concerning an application that she understands, and I've confirmed with staff at King County Landmarks Commission, is forthcoming from some individuals in our community to nominate the Malbeck's property for historic designation at the county level. Obviously, Ms. DeYoung highlights some concerns with that. One issue that this does highlight for the city, among others, but will likely require some action from council in the short term, is through an ILA, and this is common with all the jurisdictions in King County, through an ILA with King County Landmarks Commission, rather than setting up our own historic commission for considering applications for historic designation, we partner with King County to do so. When any of those applications involve property within the city of Woodinville, it's actually kind of a sub-commission that is put together. It's their commission plus a locally appointed special member to that commission. Our longstanding special member appointment, and that appointment hasn't been made since I've been here in 9+ years, is, by my interpretation and Mr. Ganson's interpretation, no longer eligible to serve in that position. Our code on that says 2 terms, 3 years each. Having served at least 9 years, that incumbent is no longer eligible. So we will, if this application is forthcoming, as I expect it to be, the council will need to make a special member appointment to that Landmarks Commission in the next probably month and a half, 2 months. So I'll put that as a business item on our next agenda item for some discussion and some guidance from council on that. But anyways, that's forthcoming, and wanted to share that letter with you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, reports of council members. I hate to ask, Councilmember Evans.
I'm going to skip tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Edwards.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Hill. We attended the Port of Seattle's Working Waterfront Tour for elected officials. It was a great experience. If anyone has the opportunity, hasn't gone before, I recommend you go. You learn about a lot about how the port impacts all of our community, including cities, county, and you learn a lot of information. So if you haven't gone, just highly recommend it.
Deputy Mayor Randolph.
Nothing for tonight, thanks.
Councilmember Best-Campbell.
I just wanted to bring one thing to light. I'd emailed with Mr. Buchanan for information about what it would cost to add curbing estimates to the 136th Avenue crossing walking safety program. The estimate was $100,000. I was still waiting to hear about the cost of speed bumps. I won't ask you tonight because I know the time.
Councilmember Best-Campbell, the council reports are not the time for city business. That's not allowed by our rules. You should know
this is for asking for future items to become on the agenda. That is exactly what this is for. I'm asking for an update on this and asked for it to be included in a future meeting, which is exactly what these are for.
The update is current business. This is current business on our CIP. This
is a current CIP project.
This is not the point in time for that.
So I can't ask for safety for kids. Got it.
That's not what I said. You're well aware of the rules of reports of council members. Councilmember Arndt.
Last week, the NPRSA met at a special meeting, and we reviewed the siting criteria for a potential youth recreation center, aquatic center. Those siting criteria were finalized, and at our next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be in September, I think it's on the 18th, we will have a set of potential locations with their numerical grades associated with them based on those siting criteria to review as a NPRSA board. And I'm bringing this to the attention of the city because we are putting forth a location. And so you can come attend that meeting, make public comment, see the results of that survey as they become available. Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
At this hour, I have nothing to report. I just have a observation, and that would be if we know we're going to have a very big and contentious topic, maybe we split and maybe we do 2 weeks of back-to-back meetings, because 11 o'clock is kind of late to be going through some of the later material. That's it.
I just had a couple comments real quick. I was going through the Puget Sound Business Journal, and I noticed that Woodinville had a business on the east side fastest growing private companies. I'm not overly familiar with it, but NIC Global made the top 6. They're ranked 16th as